Okay, rulers, settle down. Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to get pre-orders of all the upcoming Force of Will sets, as well as releases of previous sets after they come out, as well as fowlibrary.com, a wonderful resource for deck lists, article discussions, and more. Check them out at fowlibrary.com, as well as these amazing patrons. Special thanks to guest lecturer member Vite Ramen. Thank you for your support. Class is in session. Hey, rulers, welcome to the first, or the last, GP Discord stream hosted by Games and Geek here for the end of the season. Glad to have you all here. We are glad to be able to provide the content for you here as we get coverage and to commentate. I have my bottle of water, which I will refill throughout the day, as I am flying solo today for our 48-man 5-round Discord GP at the end of the format. Looking very much forward to it. A few housekeeping things before we get started here as we get ready for round one. Just a few things to note. First off, if you like supporting the channel, if you like what we do, consider clicking that join button down below. For GP streams, it is the way that you get access to the chat, but the stream will be here ready for you to watch regardless if you don't want to join the channel or not. We do appreciate it though, and it helps you get all kinds of perks and helps us unlock new emotes, so consider checking that button out and talking with us in the chat. As well, I do want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors, the people who have helped make these streams possible and helps to improve the streams because of their contributions to support us. You can check all of the links below. We've got Odyssey Games, fowlibrary.com, Triple Sleep TCG, CCG Prime, Jesse James Comics and Games over in Arizona, Cal Tuma's wonderful online league series, Vite Ramen, of course, playing today in the event. Vite Ramen is playing today in the event. One of the players from Vite is there. Very excited for that. And, of course, our wonderful other sponsor of... my brain just peeked out. I gotta look at my list because I feel like I missed somebody. Imperial Games, located out in California. So support to them and check them out. As we get started here, just want to remember that the people who are playing in the stream cannot hear us commentating. We'll be able to hear them, so we'll be excited for that. And we'll be getting started here with Brandon Bremont versus Cody McDowell in round one. So we're going to get started here in just a little bit. The other thing to note too as we get started is as we are playing in between rounds, if we have time, we'll be opening up exhibition matches for Wanderer here on Untap, and if you can beat me playing Hungrybox Carlina in a single game, I'll send you a random GP promo from this season. So we'll have that option here, so be sure to tune in, keep yourselves tuned so that you are ready to go for that. We're going to go ahead and hop on over to the stream room so we can get our camera set up. We'll get started here in just a minute. Hey, Jeremy. Okay, everybody, welcome. We are here. We are getting ready. We just wanted to get the players all sorted out for their knowing, getting things ready for their round one here. We have Feith Mood Start Control, which is very different. I've seen this list. He's doing some very fun things with this Bremont list. And then we have our People's Champion, Cody, playing Brad. So we have Brandon's going to be on the play here. You're gonna see something out of this list that's like, we're not necessarily trying to do like the life loss loop. We're not necessarily trying to do anything like the Prisia chaining, less so. We're gonna be just kind of using Prisia as a almost like an instant speed sacrificial altar to really just set up a nice control package here. It is a 5 colors. It's a very heavy mulligan. So we'll see. So Brad's going to be going second here. Let's see how this goes. Okay, here we go. We are on our first turn. Oh, interesting choice to call someone with feasting here. So probably not. Interesting. Normally we see feasting players doing this turn 1 tap with Mood Start to be able to potentially get the extra void from Feith to go like into Melfi or things like that. So already off the bat, we're seeing something very different. Oh. Yeah. Are we going to see a turn 1 judgment from Brad? So the interesting thing here is if we're going into a longer game for the Feith Mooge deck, it almost is kind of one of the positions where like maybe Brad gets to 10 seal, and then what does that get Brad here? And like the amount of like if you're talking about a grindy game. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what goes down here, or if because of taking advantage of not wanting to use that early, not wanting to let him get to seal 10, if we'll just kind of pop off and be a little bit more of an aggressive Feith deck. Yep, down comes the Big Show here. Yeah. Okay, so we're sculpting our hand here. We're going to do some filtering here again with Mood Start. Yep. I'm really wondering what kind of hand we're wanting to see against a Brad. I know that the deck runs things like Suya and stuff like that, but like Suya can't force you to banish. Maybe going into a heavier discard package potentially, like just playing the Suya so that we can access things like Curse of Ragnarok just intentionally. Ooh, that's not good. We now have a void 6-stage stone. Maybe a little bit of a misplay. So now we don't have... Probably going to see a Lycion come down here. Nice little guys. You guys can't hear them, but they're talking about me on stream, so always like that. And I imagine we see a Lycion here. Yeah, that makes sense. This deck is playing the Lycion package a little bit heavier. Breadnod, not sure if it's exciting or disheartening to see the FJ persist. You saying Feasting Moodstart? This is a very different take on it. I mean, like the core engine is the same, but like what he's trying to do with it is a lot differently. Yep, so yeah, I would think that in this particular matchup, you would probably expect to see something a little bit more traditional. Like you just don't give Brad, you don't give Brad necessarily the time to be able to set himself up. Because if you get like, it's one of those things where if you give Brad the time to set up, if you're playing this more like grindy take on Feith Mooch, then you might actually get blown out by simply the amount of value that he generates. So going a little bit more pedal to the metal might be the better call here, just to kind of seal it rather than like hope to try to win out in the late game. So it'll be interesting to see what we see there. Guardian Dragon. Yep, this is a pretty standard here. We're getting to get a second stone. Do we see a cancel here? Using one of the Lycaons. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Utility, I like it. Okay, this is what we're seeing, that automatically it's already kind of a little different. It almost kind of feels like Brandon maybe got some inspiration from my Olivia deck that we played. Yep, this is very good because you're at Priscia for a 3-drop. So we get to put this dragon back into his hand, kind of stops him from... Yep. So this is pretty good because it's this idea of like 1-2 punch reset back to center, right? So now he just put 13 damage on board in response to something. So yeah. Yeah, so we just put 13 damage on the board for 3 will while countering something. So like Brayman can just call Stone Pass and push pressure in against Brad, which is exactly kind of what you want to be doing. Ooh, okay, Starving Beast. So this will kill our Brad and gets us to draw a card and gets us a very large body. That's Void. Oh, wow. Okay, so in response to the cast of the Starving Beast, we're going to put Melfi back into our hand. And then we're going to, yep, bring it right back. Do we have another Priscia in hand? So we're going to cancel. Okay, so we're just going to cancel the wolf there too. Okay. I think there's a world where, I mean, this is the right play, I think, to use the Garrigan to cancel it versus just it stops him from being able to flip the Brad back over. Yep. Yeah. Why would you think that when you can do broken stuff to kill on the same or next turn? Yep. So we're pretty, I mean, we're tapped out as Brad. Like, we're just going to take this damage. I don't think there's a reason for Brandon not to just swing in and take and deal it. This will be 15. Yeah, this is just a free 17 total. $23. Yeah, there's really like in this particular matchup, there's no real reason to not push in here because like what Brad is gonna be doing isn't gonna be aggressing you very hard, and you can just kind of like chip them to death and grind them out. So this is a very comfortable position for Heath. Um, the fact that he was able to stop both of the ways that Brad was going to try to get to seal 10 was pretty huge. He can call stone here and be at seal 4, which means his number 13s will be live for just green, which is pretty good. But we just have to, like, we're threatening a board presence right now, which is pretty crazy. And get another. Okay, so if this gets to resolve, we're going to be hitting. I'm in. So we're getting another counter here up to seal 5. Like, all of these things that we have on the field, like a Mysteries of Zero can kill all of it, which is a little bit nuts. But we have to get to CL10 first. So I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially see Brandon kind of step on the gas a little bit more this next turn, especially since right now we're threatening 15 damage and we're only 8 off from lethal. Yeah, we haven't seen the Lycaons themselves be played nearly as much. The last version of Feith Mooge was only typically playing like one copy of Lycaon. So it'll be interesting. Are we seeing a Mysteries of Zero come down here? Okay, so Mysteries of Zero is going to come down preemptively. Yep, number 13 is going to stop that. Yep, this is, I mean, it's a cancel war, but unfortunately, yeah, this is smart. I mean, yeah, we're getting another free turn here. Did you pay the full 3 for that mood chart? Okay, sounds good. You just said blue, just making sure. Thanks. Yeah, so this is the way to get the aggression here, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, we're just gonna go ahead, because now we have so many cards in hand that this is just enough damage lethal, and he's completely tapped out. So it's gonna be game. We're gonna go to game 2. Yep. Yep. And that will be. We're going to game 2. So yeah, this is one of those situations where, like we said, you don't rather than sit back on the rather than sitting back on like trying to play the control game later, you just like turn a little bit more aggressively and just kind of threaten the board so that Brad just doesn't have the time. Especially since Brad's early board control isn't great. So I mean, Brad's board control isn't great, and Bremont did a really good job there in hitting the Brandon did a good job of stopping that Brad from being able to flip multiple times. We just didn't see ways that Kid killed Bremont, or killed Brad a lot to be able to flip him multiple times and really ramp into the mystery counters or the knowledge counters. Okay, so Brad is going to be on draw. Minha, this is our very first this is our first match of the day, so let me check the list. I have the full I have the full breakdown of rulers, which I will talk about. Let me see if there is a Carlina Asmodeus. There are 2 Carlina Asmodeus here today, so I'll be looking at them. We have a pretty interesting spread. It is a lot of dual rulers as expected. No ruler is represented today at more than 8 copies out of 48 players. So any one particular ruler is only represented at 8. I will go into the ruler breakdown between rounds here in just a minute, as before we jump into our first exhibition. And the way it's going to work is I'm just going to just throw up a game on Untap for Wanderer, and the first person who jumps in gets to play a single game against Carlina Hungrybox. And if you beat me playing Carlina Hungrybox for a game, then I'll send you a random promo. So be sure to enjoy that. Be sure to feel like tuning in. It's a way for you guys to get engaged. Just don't look at my hand while we're playing. So we're going into game 2 here. I imagine there's probably not much that's done differently. If I'm the Brad player, I'd probably think about maybe trying to play a little bit more reactively or more during the end step of Bremont's turn. He was tapping out a lot, which gives Brandon a lot of chances to be able to do that, really just get aggressive. So I would try to be the reactor versus the aggressor. I think that naturally plays into what Brad's trying to do anyway, and you don't give yourself nearly as many vulnerabilities against something like Bremont. So, like in response to a Melfi, you Mysteries of Milest it, that kind of stuff. That man has too many cards in his hands. Hold on. Hey guys, I have paused time on round. Cody, how many cards do you have in your hands? Yeah, so how many total? Can you just count the total number of cards in your hand for me, please? Okay, so you have drawn 1 too many cards. So what we need to do is I need to have you go ahead and randomize your hand, please. And I'm going to randomly pick one of those cards to put at the bottom of your deck. I'm gonna roll a die. 1 second. I paused your time for round, so you guys are good for right now, but I have to determine where we're at here. Okay, the card bottom closest row to you, that one right there. That one's gonna go to the bottom of your deck. And that'll be a drawing extra cards. I think it would just be a warning because it's right at the beginning of the game. I think you just draw too many cards for your starting hand. So just as a heads up. And your time has started, and we're continuing on. Okay. So to correct there, everybody, he accidentally drew too many cards at the beginning of his big opening hand. So we just randomly picked one. I rolled a die. We randomly picked one, and it got sent to the bottom of the deck. Oh, we're playing the... Yeah, we're playing the adventure package. Interesting. Are we going to see a Judgments at Brad here? Yep, this makes a lot of sense. Oh, yeah, the Mad Lad. Yep, we're going to go ahead and Big Show to get that started here before our first draw. Very interesting to see Avenger stuff going on. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. A little bit of a slower start here for Bremont. Not having Bremont tapping out. Other than potentially Lycaons, I mentioned see. Yeah. How many Lycaons do we have? Yep, this makes a lot of sense as to why we tapped out. Wow, we're just going in. Oh. Okay. Number 13, a Brad. Black Witch, number 3. The Eater, Corpse Eater, Heavy Dragon. Yeah, this is the dragon. Yeah. So it's a 5-drop. Yes. What card? He's taking the cancel there. It is removed from the game, so even if he plays that Brad Resonator. So having that hand knowledge is pretty solid. We did have Spark of Life. There's a world where I think we could have done Spark of Life in response to the curse to kill Brad and kill the other Lycaon that he didn't tap. I think that probably would have been a good spot, because then we would have at least like had a free turn for him not to really be able to do anything because he couldn't float the tap. That being said, it's very real that he could have had a cancel or something to protect it. But then again, we've also at that point used up the Lycaon, so we're still safe on our turn, and we got to be killing Brad a lot more. Yep. So we're gonna draw a card here with mysteries and get it put to knowledge counter. Yep. It's not a real threat right now. Yep. Let's see what we got here. Yep. Okay. So we're drawing a card here. Yep. We have another limbs here. Recover Bradstone, I would imagine. Yeah. Yeah. The next chance, it's a 5-color stone. What? Let's see. What do we go? Where do we go from here? Yep, just passing the turn back. Oh, and no big show before draw. We're probably gonna float the Lycion cast, the Lycion activation through to the main phase potentially after the filters. This is the most Callstone with feasting I've ever seen from Brainpod. It does feel very much like so we're just gonna send that same card back to the grave. So we have the Black Witch, Brad, no, so same 4. Yeah, the Black Witch makes the most sense to grab here, especially since we're getting to the point where we can start Preciasing, doing big casting Precias, and we want those to be able to resolve. Yep, we're really just shifting to that. We're going to do things at the end of the Brad player's turn, so then push aggression during our turn. I'm really curious as to why we're not Spark of Lifing this Brad. Just to be able to get more counters up, because that would be my thought, is that like you just need, like, the Judgment is the one thing that he can't really interact with. Oh, we've got eyes. Oof. Yeah, that's a full grip. Yeah, this is a full grip for a control mirror here. Being able to push back the aggression. Definitely imagine that one of those Precious gets cast this turn. Especially since we have... Yeah, the Brad's going to get canceled. Yep, we have full knowledge of our opponent's hand at this point, so we know there's a Starving Dragon and a Spark of Life. So we feel the Brandon feels pretty safe here to just kind of grind it out. There's not even anything in his hand that can get him more seal, like more knowledge counters. Okay. So we just pop one of the Lycions. We're letting it get destroyed. We don't mind that. Yep. But he's tapped out once again, so there's no reason, like, there's nothing he can do to be able to Judgment again. So we just get aggressive. Up to 4? Interesting. Oh, I know exactly what Bremont's going to grab here. This is very cool. I think you guys will like this, because I think he's going to go for it right now. We're seeing kind of... This is during the end of his turn. We still have the Floating Wind. Yep, so we can get a 4-drop or less. Oh, yep, we're just going to go ahead and Presea Chain here. Makes the most sense for what this position is. We know the one card in his hand. We know he's tapped out. We might as well just finish things off. That's 4,000 damage just right there, because she's a 12/12, so... Yep. Yeah, so we just get to draw a bunch of cards here, and as the control deck. They don't. He doesn't have to reveal them. It's an interesting thing here. It just says remove the top 3 cards of your deck. You don't. It's a private zone, so you don't have to cast. You don't have to reveal it, but this is also 40 damage. So. Yeah, so exactly 40 damage. So that will be a game. Okay, I am back. Round 2 coming up next. Gonna try to look into what we can see here. Let's talk about what we have for our ruler breakdown. We have 48 players today, and going from most to least is the following: 8 Astema Belials, 5 Carlina Dantes, 5 Feathsing Moodstart, 4 Wolfgang 2.0, 3 Violets, 3 Carlina Belials, 3 Beatrice Belials, 2 Asmodeus Carlina, 2 Welser, 2 Asmodeus Carlina, 2 Belial Dante, 1 Asmodeus Dante, 1 Almerius Featsing, 1 Ragnarok, 1 Dante Astema, 1 Fario. 1 second. Yes, Bremont. Did she say you could reveal you removed them face down? Well, there you go. Thank you very much. So where was I? 2 Belial Dante, 1 Asmodeus Dante, 1 Almerius Feasting, 1 Ragnarok, 1 Dante Astema, 1 Faria, 1 Asmodeus Belial, 1 Brad, we just saw, 1 Carlina Beatrice, and 1 Lilius. So there's what you have. Yeah. The Faria tech is very neat. It makes the deck like significantly more control. I do think that like the opportunity was there to push 40 damage, so like there wasn't a reason to not. But certainly being able to have this kind of a ton of card advantage from the Farias is pretty cool. So I like that. I like that a lot. We're waiting on round 2 here as we get things started. So feel free to ask any questions you have in the chat. I'll be waiting to find out. We got probably about 25 minutes or so left before we get into the next one. So I think that's probably... Sorry, I forgot to unmute Bremont. Bremont popped in and confirmed. I had a question in regards to Excalibur Cassius. Let me bring up that card so we can talk about it. First boon Excalibur Cassius. Let that load up. Once the image decides to load. The question here was, are the cards removed from it face up or face down? And specifically, it does. These cards do get removed from the game face up. They are not removed from the game face down. I wasn't quite sure. Cross-referencing for the old Lumia, the Lumia Resonator does say remove the top 3 cards of your deck from the game face down. So I was missing that point. So Cassius does reveal them, but nice little tech there. Draw 12 essentially off of a Prisia train, or just even a single Prisia to go to 4 is pretty neat. So let me know in the chat for decks that you guys are interested in trying to see. I've given you the list here. So it's definitely some things that I'm wanting to kind of see be successful. I'm going to let the staff know that if an Asmodeus Carlina wins round 1, that we want them for round 2. Letting them know. We've seen Asmodeus Carlina last GP. It was played by Stephen Jesswain. So that was a lot of fun. Hopefully we can see it again. Hopefully it's successful from the 2 players who were playing it. And we'll go from there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open up Untap. And like I said, little Wanderer exhibition. First person to jump in if you feel like. Just let me know in the Untap game that you're here from the stream. And we'll play a game. If you win against me playing Hungry Box, then you get to get a free promo sent to you from the GP. So bum, bum, bum. Feel free to hop in if you're ready. Otherwise, we're just going to hang out here and I'm going to talk about things. So very interesting to see kind of how things go. Looks like we already have people reporting in. No one wants to play me. I am hungry for Wanderer, Rustin. I've really been enjoying playing Hungry Box. And like, hey, if you got time to play a Wanderer deck, then like free chance to get a free promo. I mean, man, if you want to play against me, buddy, it's okay. You can play. I'll even ship these promos internationally. So if you got a Wanderer deck, anybody with a Wanderer deck can play against me here. And this is just a fun way for us to kind of keep things moving while we're still waiting between matches. Anybody who thinks they can beat it, Hungry Box is waiting for you. Hungry Box is prepared. I personally think that this deck is very, very strong. I don't think it's unbeatable. I think it is one of the top contenders in Wanderer, though. I'm excited to see what the results of the event currently, the Uber Series, is happening in Spain. We're waiting to see what comes out of that. No, if you are watching right now, it is not member locked. Anybody can join in. Okay, Breadnon. Breadnon's trying their luck with a Stemma Belial. Here we go. Stemma Belial Wanderer. Let's see how it goes. Good luck to you. Yep. Anybody can build. We'll be coming back to this between every single round, you know, if we have the opportunity to be able to. That's the kind of fun of this, is if we've got time in between rounds, we're going to try to jam a game. They're single games, so it's win or lose. We're just going to have to go with what we got here, try to move kind of as quickly as possible. I'll be sure to type. I'm a fast typer. So I will be going first. Here we go. Not the greatest start out the gate. So we're going to go ahead and mulligan 4. Much better start. And we're going to go ahead and go turn 1, draw to play, 6 Sage Stone. And Trow on 1. Get a free stone here, draw to play. That is tapped, but that is okay. We're going to go find our handy dandy startup here. You guys can see a little bit about how Hungrybox works in terms of what we can do with it. So, probably only be able to get one real game between rounds, but that's the kind of fun of it. And we'll see what happens. So you guys can see a little bit of what we got here. Hopefully Breadnon isn't looking at my hand through the stream. I am watching you stream, so I am watching you chat, so we know what's going on. Glad to have you guys here as we kind of play some fun in between rounds. Passing the turn. Okay, draw for turn. Recover, call stone with Belial. No reason to do anything else. Draw to play. Get that Ragnarok stone. And then once again, we're just going to pass. See, in this particular matchup, the beauty is I get to kind of talk about it. In this particular matchup, we want to minimize the chances that his demo gets to do anything as much as possible. So we really want... Ooh. I'm sorry, that's an Everfrost before recovery? Ooh, Echo, you're getting us the... Is this the top 8? Alt cost. Okay, so we're keeping the stone. We're going to go ahead and Belial God's Art to draw a card and prevent the damage. And then we still have our 1 here. So last Secret Sword, getting that hand down to 0. We have 1, 2, 3 Resonators in grave. Okay. RFG for cost, please. So we only have those 3 left in grave. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to Lorite. Interesting breakdown there, Echo. Draw for turn, recover. We'll go ahead and call stone. Draw plate. We get this free stone here. And then we'll go to combat. Nice little poke for 1. Down to 19. So we're gonna go ahead and cast a Rhea. This will get us our Castle of Beatrice to grave, and now we get to start getting gross. Especially in this matchup, we're going to start getting pretty gross. What are we doing here before recovery? Bringing back... He only has the Electo to be able to bring back, so that's fine. So Electo's getting to come back here. We're going to try to... Is this trying to Inferno hand loop me, I feel like? This feels like that's what we're trying to do. I don't super think it's that great right now with what we have currently. He has both of his God's Arts available. I have Castle of Beatrice to be able to bring stuff back to my hands. We're casting the Electo. No response. Rejudgmenting? Okay. Judgment. We're going to go ahead and... We're going to go ahead and Lorite that so we don't lose my 2 guys. Use Castle of Beatrice here. Bring Trow back to my hand. And now we just get to start going value engine a little bit. It gets a little nuts. Freestone. Draw to play. We didn't hit. Let's see. He's got no God's Art on this side. He's got Belial God's Art there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 2,000. So let's see if we can get something in here. Combat. 4 in the air. We're going to flash in Electo. And we're going to shoot this twice. We're going to do it again. So we're going to hit it twice. It's going to kill it. We get to swing in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still games playing, yeah? Double check it. Yeah, we still got games playing, so we're good here. So now we have Inferno to hand, but it doesn't have all 3 modes, unless he wants to preemptively God's Art, but we feel okay with that, and then we're just going to pass. Because he doesn't have Null, so it's like, it's fine. We feel pretty okay here. Especially since our Seal of Wind and Light, or number 13, is only 1 cost. So we have a lot of value to put here. Yeah, Travis, this is just a fun match. This is a Wanderer exhibition match where anybody can, in between rounds, can try to see if they can beat Carlina Dante in Wanderer, or Carlina Hungrybox in Wanderer. And if you can, I'll mail you a free GP promo. So we're having some fun. Yeah, just something to kill time between. Yeah, single game, 1 round, 1 game per break. It passes the turn. Okay. EOT. Let's see. No, I'll just draw for turn, I think. Draw for turn. Recover. And call stone. Draw to play. Bring another one. Bites the dust. Combat. 4. So I'm not sure if I agree with doing Belial God's Art here. He's got one entity. Inferno still has quick cast and all of the modes. He's got Electo. We'll just. I think we just pass. Everfrost to draw a card. We're gonna cancel the. We're gonna number 13. That. To not have to worry about it. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good. Checking to see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games still left. So we're in his turn. Call Stone. We gotta get rid of this Everfrost. This is Engrave. So next turn we're just gonna slam Virgil and Umir to produce. For a second Electo. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Yep, we've got that's done. What's his graveyard like? No resonators outside of those Electos. So we feel pretty confident here. You guys go get to see something that we do that's pretty silly. Playing a Wall of Terror. Sure. No response to the Wall of Terror. This is just the first round, Travis. We're waiting on. It's 5 rounds total. Belial. Yep. It's gonna flip. Gets those tokens. In response. In response to trigger. What we're going to do, and this is where Hungry Box really gets to shine. So we're going to get another stone. Draw to play. Still get this. And we're going to go ahead and cast an Exorcist Mage so that he doesn't even get those tokens. This is the grossness of this deck. Yep. Bring back the Trow. And then we're still going to Trow again. And that gets to recover this. We go search for a 1-drop. Not that that 1-drop matters. We'll probably just grab a Black Witch at this point. And then we go into turn after shuffling. Recover. Draw to play. Boop. And then... we're going to go ahead and Judgment. Alt face. 2 Fallen Angel tokens. They don't come into play. They're there. And because I have an Exorcist Mage. And then kill him for Virgil. And our first exhibition match is over. Good try. Finish game and leave. We'll do another one of these after next round. Having some fun. I don't get the tokens. That's fine. I just needed to be able to play Virgil for 2. Yeah, I really like this play a lot. Yep. The Hungry Box was, so Echo, the number 13 was at the end of my turn. Yeah, I really like this deck a lot. Yeah, I wanted the token. I wanted the 2-cost Virgil instead of a 3-cost Virgil, just to have more will to be able to Vlad you to death, because that's the deck's, like, that's what the deck is doing at the end of it all, is it's just trying to Vlad you to death. Like, that's our, like, end game position. Okay, cool. We are gonna put we are gonna have a 1-0 Carlina Asmodeus on the stream next round, as far as I can tell, so that'll be a lot of fun. For those of you who are tuning in, super happy to have you guys be here. Yes, confirmed. We should have a Carlina Asmodeus next round, unless he gets paired up against Bremont. Don't need to necessarily have the same list on stream all day. We want to try to get some variety. There is a lot of variety in this tournament. It is, a lot of tag, as we were kind of anticipating here, but there is quite a big variety in the tag. So I think we will have some good versatility in terms of what we can do. Some of these rounds are probably potentially going to go very, very fast. That's the weird thing about this meta is, we've talked about this before, is because of the high skill meta and because of just how the decks function, if you misplay, it is very really possible to just kind of lose very quickly. You got to be really kind of careful with that. But if you're not doing that, like if it's a good back and forth, good to grind, and you're being really respectful of kind of what's going on, the games can go long, as indicated by the fact that we still have some rounds that are going to time. So we're looking for it. Travis, we had Cody M versus Brandon Bremont, playing Brad versus Feasting Moonstart Hard Control. There are 4 Wolfgang 2s. I will also be looking for a winning Wolfgang 2 as we go into later rounds as well, so we'll have to see how that goes. We still have, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 games still currently going, maybe less. So we will be starting here shortly with round 2. So for now, I am going to step away for a minute, refill my water bottle, and we'll be back in just a bit. So thank you all so much. Brednon, good try there in Exhibition Match 1. Hopefully someone else can try to take down Hungry Bucks by the end of the day. Thanks. Bye. Hey everybody, it's me. We're still waiting on a couple more rounds, but it's more fun for me to hang out and kind of talk about some things. Um, let's talk about Hungry Box a little bit if you guys are interested. So the main reason why we love this deck so much is because this card's bonkers. Uh, so this has kind of been one of our biggest pieces of the deck is we have so many tech one-ups in the main board, and the fact that you can access this card so super quick with Carlina and just get so far ahead in advantage. And it's usually just free. You just get to do some really nice kind of consistency search, and you get some really cool utility pieces like you saw there. We have a one of Exorcist Mage that we keep in the deck. We have Mikage Rhea. We were playing, obviously we're playing Lorite, to be able to use in the deck to be able to kind of win in those kind of situations. We're also playing the wonderful Mikage Rhea, because she sets us up for Castle of Beatrice, which is when the deck gets really gross, is when you have like Castle of Beatrice on grave and you've ramped a couple times, you just kind of get a little bit ridiculous, is where this goes. And you just get, like, you never run out of value. From there, we're also playing, you didn't see it, but Kaguya's Moonbeam Butterfly. Pull that up here. This card is insane. The fact that we have all this will to be able to use. Sure, we can only do one per turn, but this card is bonkers for being able to grab us huge cost stuff, or even small utility cost stuff that we only have to play one of, but we can easily pay into Kaguya's Moonbeam because of the extra wolf from Carlina. And some of the other gross things that we can do here is like institute. Typically in Wanderer format, there's not a ton on turn one that feels really good. If we just go tap Carlina before calling Stone, play Magic Stone Research Institute, get a free stone. Like, even if you're gonna burn your Energize and like Lorite it, I still get to just call Stone with Belial and then potentially hit 6 Sage Stone and go into having 3 will during your turn anyway. And then I'm also having a stat bump. So like a card like this is absolutely nuts. Let's see. Okay, cool. I have my matchup. We're gonna have Stephen J versus Thiem. Going in, we're gonna jump into round 2 here. I don't know what Thiem is on. I'm very excited. Though Steven is kind of the one who showed us Asmodeus Carlina at the Minnesota GP, so we get to try to run it back and see what he's gonna do here at the online GP with it. I'm very excited. So that'll be fun. But yeah, Hungry Box is all about utility. It's very much sit back, get what you need, find opportunities to step on the pedal and just generate a massive advantage, and then go to your turn and be cool. And also, this card is insane. I didn't really need to use it just because of what he did. But this card with Castle of Beatrice, when you have a ton of will in your hand, or a ton of will available, is absolutely gross. You can shoot something and then bring the card right back. Like Trow, discard it, shoot something, pay 2, bring it back. And you just like have this unlimited amount of removal, which is huge for a deck that doesn't get to cast more than 1 card per turn. And then it just also gives you barrier, like situational barrier, which is exactly what the deck needs. We were playing a one of Wall of Terror in the main. It's kind of been bouncing in and out. Main reason because like the main reason for that is like we want to potentially be able to get the Castle of Beatrice to the graveyard if it's in our hand, but like the amount of times that's happened has not been worth it for us to put in the Wall of Terror, at least from my experience. And Paul's experience as well. So we will be working on getting a feature match recording for this sometime in the next week or two. The one that we tried to do just didn't quite work. So the hope is to have 2 weeks from now a actual good feature match of Hungry Box between Hungry Box and Zalus Palace, which I think would be a really fun kind of exhibition into Wanderer. And we're just going to look at Wanderer more in a lot of different ways. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. But yeah, this deck has been fun. People who know me know that something like Hungry Box is absolutely my favorite type of deck. It's a lot of thinking, it's a lot of what pieces are what, and you just get to do a lot of fun stuff. So it looks like we're just getting started here. Let's go into game 2.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. Couldn't get the video to open up first.
Whose idea was this? No, I don't know.
Yeah, let me set up my phone to record the match.
I have recording software too.
Gotta love that. Keep yourself safe. Make sure that we're not disconnects happen. So anything we can do to minimize that. Trying to figure out where your guys' decks are going to be. So
Phone is recording.
I think I have Steven is on the left. Great. That means yeah, Imperial Games.
You did this on purpose, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Well, maybe. And theme, what rulers are we rocking today?
I'm on Faith Mooch.
Oh, okay.
Ah, fuck.
Probably different than the one we just saw with Bremont. It's a very unique take. Okay, so as like I said before, you guys have an independent time clock. You have an hour here. If you want to know what the time on round is, just say time. Just ask and I'll pop in. I am the judge here, so if you have a judge calling, you can just say judge and I'll pop in. I might pop in because I'm observing if something's going on. If I do pop in about something that needs a judge call, I will bring a different judge over. I won't make the calling right there myself. Any questions?
Oh, seems legit.
Okay, sounds good. I will see you guys as we go. You guys have an hour on the round, so you can begin.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay.
Carlina.
We are here.
Asmodeus, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm playing forward angle, so if you can't see anything, just ask. I'll clarify.
Carlina Asmodeus, rocking out. These guys are both 1-0. Be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, just half is fine. I feel like we play every time we do this.
Just about.
Like,
I think there was like one online GP where we didn't play.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys play each other a lot. It'll be very interesting to see kind of what comes out of here. Like obviously, obviously with
tiny screen in my corner to make sure everything's good here.
Right. High roll, low roll, even on.
So the weird thing here is like the Carlina Asmodeus matchup is like the fact that Carlina has.
Cool. And we got a 7 for you.
The fact that what Carlina wants to be doing here is kind of like tapping off early and using like the potential double God's Art from Asmo. The problem is that we have access to Welser, which is a problem here for when Carlina wants to try to pop off. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what goes on. And sorry that we have 5 Feeth Mooch darts and we hit back-to-back Feeth Mooch. So we'll have to see how this goes. Looking forward to seeing how it goes. Seeing how fast this potentially pops off.
Sure.
Alright, good luck.
You too, man. Callstone.
Calling stone with Asmo. We do see a 6-8 stone. Probably see some floating will from Carlina.
Float 2 blue with Carlina.
A double blue off of the Carlina. Interesting.
Use a blue healing robot.
Improved healing robot. We are casting an improved healing robot on 1.
Can you read the ability? You're throwing me for a loop right now.
Enter, put any number of cards from your removed area into your graveyard. You gain 400 life for each card put into your graveyard this way.
Sure, healing robot's good.
In response to enter, Asmodeus God's Art.
Using the Asmodeus God's Art. Try to remove 7 cards, put some tokens on the. I mean, interesting.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm sorry, are those Bahamut's?
6. One more. 7.
So we have 6 uniques there.
Aegis, Brave Force, 2 Swarming Cthulhu's, 2 Atomic Baja, and Gradius.
Okay.
So it's 5 to healing robot.
Oh, it's 5 uniques. But then they'll get to go immediately to the graveyard?
It's for each different name, right?
For each different name, yeah.
Okay.
And then Healing Robot's going to get to resolve and put them all.
We'll put all 7 back in the grave.
So we gain 28 life.
Yes.
So gain 28.
Huh. Okay.
Very interesting.
I like that. That's pretty neat. Unfortunately that he hit two
So you're
Atomic
at
Bahamut's.
68.
but like that's a way to gain life for sure. What an interesting play.
And your go.
He still has a floating blue, but we're just gonna let that pass, which is fine because like we have 3 will going into his turn, which is pretty good. Not expecting that at all. What a neat kind of enabler there.
Sage Stone trigger.
Just free life and a huge body. I mean, it's not a huge body; it's a 9/9, but still.
And that's a B
Adam
hero.
Asmo Carlina.
How big is it?
9/9.
Yeah, it's a.
Pass her with that.
Okay, we're just seeing a call stone pass. Interesting here. This is very cute.
Cover and call.
Call stone with Asmo. Yep.
6 Sage Stone.
Not really the reason to not float some extra will, but
Float
what did we
2 red
put?
with Carlina.
Where did he put his grave? His graveyard is in front of his deck, Patrick, because what he did was he RFG'd them, and then he did that in response to the trigger to put them all back into his grave. So,
Declare no blocks.
it's going to take 9, go down to 31.
Good.
So I go to 31.
So they got RFG'd and then immediately put back in the graveyard
And
with the
we'll
healing
use
robot.
2 floating red from Carlina and 1.
Yeah, it's I can see it.
Violet.
Ooh,
What should I do?
atomic turbulence.
Gains Violet, the ruler's name in addition to all his names. Enter, I can discard any number of cards, then draw that many cards. If I discard
I
one
imagine this probably gets canceled.
If I discard 2, she gets swiftness.
But,
and
like,
if I discard 3, draw an extra card.
We're playing Adams here with Bahamut.
Cards in?
This is pretty crazy.
2, 3, 4.
Interesting.
I'm gonna go ahead and respond. Produce green. Produce colorless. Attempt to play Melfi.
Yeah, Melfi's gonna come down here. We don't have any
Melfi
response because we've cast our 1 card for the turn.
Draw a card. And with that, I'll go ahead and just hard cast the Welser.
Welser to go back to hand. That seems fine. We're certainly dealing aggression right now. We've got Will for during his turn. We can't cast a second card, but
Pass turn.
Sure.
yeah, interesting. If that, I mean, like, that also has quick cast, right?
In response.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, this feels really good.
Sap Carlina.
Yeah,
And
while
Sage
he
Stone
only has
for
the
2 red on a void. And
Try
we'll
to-
play Violet again.
try to replay the violet.
Cast.
Yes, it does.
Yes. Yeah.
Um,
So he either has to pop coin here now, and Welser it back to his hand, or just let it resolve.
suppose-
Wow, what a play! This is very cool.
Go ahead and produce green. I'll go ahead and play his last lecture.
Yep.
Which is fine. Like you don't like because again we're stealing resources from the Carlina from the Thief Mooch deck, and like while we're being the aggressor. Oh, yes, we're good. This is very cool.
Still before untap, I activate Booster again.
Yeah, we put him back in hand, so like this is pretty good.
Go ahead and call. Sage Stone trigger.
Like we only have 2 will potentially.
Start.
Oh, and we're chapped. Are we gonna recover the Thief or Mooch Dart?
5.
The 6.
So he has 2 will available.
Go to combat. In for 6.
Take 6. So I'm at 62.
And I'll just pass this turn with that.
Yeah. Okay. This feels pretty dang good.
Cover.
We've already used 2 Welsers, which is like Carlina's
Both have
biggest
floaters.
opponent.
Thropia.
Erythropia feels pretty good there too.
That's the one that allows.
Tap for
That's
black
right.
or tap and banish to reuse God's Arts.
Okay, so like there's a world here where we're just gonna start by getting aggressive. I feel like.
Those are all. Those are. Oh no, I put them back. Right. So.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, the last lecture definitely could have been garried.
Combat.
Yes.
Yep, we're gonna swing in for 9.
Swing for 9 at Welser.
Oh, at the Welser, not going
That's a
aggressive.
blockable.
I feel like we should have just gone face. We're way high up on life total, right? So it's not like Welser's gonna kill us anytime soon, but there's a very real possibility of a number 13 here.
Time to play Violet again.
We're gonna try to keep casting this Violet. Eventually, she's gonna resolve. if he keeps putting her back in her hand,
I really
his
don't
hand.
know what that violet stick. Let's go ahead and attempt to produce green and white. And I'll go ahead and try to 13.
Yeah, number 13.
Yep.
Yep. So that, but like that one card from Carlina has stolen 3 cancels from the Feith Mooch deck, which is pretty good.
And we will.
And we still have 2 will available for
Go
during
drop.
the Feith Mooch deck. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Activate Mooch.
I am pleasantly surprised with how this is going. The Feith Mooch deck is not, because of the pressure that Carlina's been putting on with this like Atom package, right? In this kind of early life gain, Steven has really given himself a lot of breathing room to just be able to steadily apply pressure to the Feith Mooch in such a way that like I don't really have to get aggressive. I'll make you have to spend will during, you know, and stare it down.
Gusting Skies.
So we have access to a
3162,
Feith
correct?
Correct.
We have access to a Feith Sing Judgment at this point.
Still 5.
5. Combat.
Yep.
In for 6.
Down to 5,600 potentially. I don't hate the idea of trying to answer this welter now.
Take 6.
Go down to 56.
56.
Yeah, this has not
we'll
been.
just move to end step with that.
Yeah, I think we do something here at the end of the turn with the Carlina.
And draw after.
Oh, nothing. Quick cast. Okay.
Cover.
I don't disagree, Travis. I think that playing the number 13 the first time probably would have been the better play.
Erythropia.
Okay.
That boy can get very large. Another, I honestly would just go face with this healing gimmick. I wouldn't try to cast anything right now. I would try to go, just try to go face.
Burning Rabbit Dash.
Burning Rabbit Dash. That's gonna get canceled.
Gosh.
And if it doesn't, we're about to face a ton of damage.
That is okay.
Whoa. Okay. We have double Asmodeus God's Art currently available here, with 3 tokens on field. Yeah, there's a very real possibility that he didn't have it. That's true. Okay, so currently sitting at 31. I think you go.
Yeah, right.
3 up, correct.
Yeah, Indigo. That's a very real possibility. Not knowing that the Violet had quick cast for sure.
We will. To combat.
Yes.
Swing 3.
Declare no blocks.
In response, we will sack an Erythropia.
We're going to.
Yes.
Okay.
Asmodeus God's Art.
Yes.
Okay, Asmodeus God's Art's going off here. 1 card. 3 unique. 4 unique. 5 unique.
6.
5 unique.
7.
6
Burning
uniques.
Rabbit Dash, White Garden, Eternal Wind, Magical Loveliness, White Garden, Violet, and Gatekeeper. So +6/+6.
So this is coming in for
That's
9. So down to 22. Because he declared no blocks.
And
Unless
so
he has some-
9 is now coming at you.
Yes, I'm at 20.
22.
2.
Swing 15.
So 9
is it?
plus 6, 15. With the
15.
15.
yeah, this is oof. That's a lot. Like we also haven't cast a single big show. Like that's the thing to note here.
So I will produce green and produce black.
Green, black coming down here.
Produce colorless with the green and the colorless. Use
Green,
to
black,
play
void.
Melfi. Green, black, void. Yes, but I'm leaving the black open, so she's using the green and the void.
So we have
Green
a
void
Melfi
to
coming in here.
Play Melfi with the black floating.
Yep.
Melfi ETB, choosing to do a green and a black.
So we have
Okay, so I have two
black, black,
floating, one
green, and a stone.
draw card.
What are we trying to get here?
Attempt to declare block.
We're stopping the 15.
Swing 9.
Declare no blocks.
Down to 13.
So 9.
9. Yep.
So you're at
2.
13.
13.
13.
Mhm.
Sorry about my dog.
We
Hush,
get a-
Paige. Sorry.
Another 9 coming in here, right?
Swing 9.
So you,
I'll use 1 black and use white.
black
to
and
attempt
white.
To play Wings of Darkness Awaken.
To gain his life back.
It just removes it, and then you put
Lumia into play.
into the
Correct.
field, right?
Mhm.
You have what floating after this?
I have a black and a green.
Black and a green floating. He's taken 18. Put him back up to 31.
Lost how much this turn?
I've lost 18 so far.
Go back up to 31.
Can't really do anything about it. Yeah.
Sure. So attempt to remove the one that's attacking.
Go back up to 18.
So the 9.
Nice little
and then
restabilize
play
there.
Lumia, trigger.
Yep.
Gain 18, go to 31. Draw a card. Okay.
Thing is, though, this is still a lot of pressure.
Green and black
Like,
floating still.
Carlina's not. I mean, Carlina's still in fine shape. You're not really being a super aggressive, and you got to deal with these bodies on
Go
field.
End step. Use the green floating. Attempt to play a big show.
Yep. Finally start to see some big show activations.
Count 1.
Or we're going to see a Garion. I don't think you Garion right now, because you'd have to tap your Carlina, and you want to leave the will open for his turn.
Alright, doing math.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is you definitely could have just canceled the Burning Rapid Dash with the Feasting.
You're good.
Get 3 will available.
Bottom both. Go to draw. Good.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, sorry.
Alright.
Untap.
Sure, and you go. But if you notice here, like, he also used all his will to do that. And he would have had more cards in hand.
Let's see here.
Like, and it would have just, it probably wouldn't have seen a Godsart activation here in response. Like,
Paul Stone. Black
you cancel the one card off the Carlina, and you're safe for the turn.
Yeah, Carlina and Ethiopia, correct.
Correct.
I'll just move to end step.
Sure.
That's
Like, the end result of this is that, like,
So
the
I want to do something.
the end step is here that, like, if he had used Feasting to cancel the Burning Rabbit Dash instead of doing what he did, is he only had to spend
we'll just
Feasting. He
move
would have keep all these cards in his hand, and Steven would have literally only
Alright.
had the
Sorry.
robot on field.
We'll do something again.
Yeah,
if that's
he's-
okay.
Yeah.
We'll tap Carlina.
Mhm.
Or red black,
Red black.
and we will
End of his turn, red black.
play Dark Prominence. We'll target Welser.
Hard casting a Dark
Prominence,
Prominence
target Welser.
at the end of his turn.
Can I just see it real quick? Sorry, your graveyard's off screen.
Yeah, sorry.
Just make sure.
Graveyard right now. Dark Prominence on the chase. Erythropia, Burning Rabbit Dash, Violet, Aegis, Brave Force, Swarming Cthulhu, Baja, Swarming Cthulhu, Baja, Gradius.
So how many atoms is that?
1, 2, 3 engrave.
3 engraved.
Four once Dark Prominence resolves.
Four atoms in grave.
Yeah, Dark Prominence was, you said Welser, right?
So the Welser is going to get killed.
And then we'll go to my turn.
Yes.
Alright, let me put everything back on screen. Okay. Draw for turn.
Mhm.
We'll recover.
Okay. So, like, this is a situation where, like I say, I don't necessarily know if baiting out the Erythropia was the right play, because we still have
We
3
will
big
call stone.
bodies on field.
6 H stone. We'll
Like-
Carlina for red and double red. On tapper.
What comes here? I mean, I still think it's best to just go aggressive first. Yeah, to just go combat first.
9.
Yeah, but I think
Declare no blocks on 9.
yeah, he's just gonna take it. Go down to 22.
22.
Take another swing in for another 9.
Declare no blocks on 9.
Down to 13.
I go to 13.
Yeah, this is
To block to 15.
you just let that block go through. I think.
Block is good.
Yep, I think that's the right call.
Gods Art.
Making something uncancelable. Oh, this is an Atomic Bahamut that's
2 red
uncancelable.
floating from Carlina. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I gotta look up Atomic Bahamut real quick.
So, prominence. Just, oops.
Oof, this is gross. This is actually gross.
That give me 5 removes. Yeah, okay. So we'll remove 3.
We're gonna cast an Atomic Bahamut from hand. It's uncancelable. It's gonna draw my cards.
2 floating. Oh no, I have to do 4. Because then, yeah. Sorry, math is hard. Gradius, so 4.
Okay.
And
4,
use
5,
the
6.
2 floating red for Baja.
Bahamut.
We have 5 different imps.
We have Gradius, Brave Force, Aegis, Dark Prominence, White Garden, Eternal Wind, and Magical Loveliness.
Yeah, all of those.
Respond.
So this can't be
Green.
canceled, so it has to be
Time to
Welser.
play Welser.
Yeah, the last lecture. Puts it back in his hands. Yep.
To hand.
Oof.
And
I probably would have waited on the card. I probably would have waited on the Carlina Gods Art
1, 2, 3,
rather
4,
than doing
5.
it so proactively. I mean, he does have the
And so
Erythropia.
time to play Big Show.
The thing is, though, in that situation, if he had successfully been able to resolve that Baja, that would have been game, because at that point in time, like, unless he had a removal spell, that would have been it. Which Feeth Mooge typically doesn't play removal, because you'd lose all your enter effects for the turn, you lose all abilities for the turn, which means Feasting can't prevent his damage. So,
Debating. Sorry. Oh boy.
Steven, it might be.
You're at how much life?
13.
13.
He's just letting that happen. The 13's here, so.
Sure, we'll try it. Before draw.
Okay, so we're trying to do something
This
before
feels
draw.
bad. 4.
4 before draw. 6.
Firestorm.
A full cost Firestorm
Hard
before
cast
draw.
Firestorm, huh?
Well, he only has Feeth and
So
1.
Firestorm.
It's 4 for each different atom removed. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28.
Do we have the answer to this before draw?
It is a 7 drop, right?
It is a 6 drop.
6 drop.
But we don't have Carlina's God's Art. We literally have to have Welser here. Welser or Melfi into number 13. Number 13 also can stop it because he's at seal 4. He has to have cancel right now.
Red 1. Oh, yeah, that's good. You got it.
Okay.
Game 2.
Firestorm getting it. Okay.
Erythropia out of my graveyard, so I don't shuffle it into my deck.
Carlina Asmodeus finding that with Adams. Okay, color me impressed with the play line there. I think certainly a big part of that was the fact that we didn't know that there was quick cast on the Violet. I think was why we'd like Welsered it instead of number 13. So very interesting. Just to let you guys know, there is 37.5 minutes left on round.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Oh, game 2. There's some spice going on here. I am blown away by that play of the turn 1 healing robot to like put that on the body like real quick. Like that was thoroughly impressive. Just to take that line and just right off the bat set up a graveyard full of atoms, have this kind of 9/9 repeatable threat body, and then gain 28 life on turn 1 to give yourself this nice little buffer against a combo deck like Feathmooge, which is cool. I mean, obviously, if they're playing the Inferno Loop, doesn't necessarily do as much, but like we didn't see anything that really indicated that he was doing anything different. And then the aggression just got there for sure. So it'll be very interesting to see what comes out of it in game 2 here. Good play from both players though. Very cool. Spicy. One would call that spicy. And I also think that Steven played smart there of like doing that play line rather than trying to go for against Feathmooge, rather than trying to go for like a big like spell combo in turn 1 because they have access to cancel. So you make it like a one-will thing like the healing robot, and then it's like I don't really know if I want to cancel that, but then you're applying continuous pressure. So that was really nice. I like that play a lot.
Such a pain to shuffle a 60-card double sleeve deck. Like
Hey, you
60
made that
cards
decision. You made that decision for yourself, Steven. You decided to play double sleeve.
Man, I got custom sleeves. They have to be double sleeved. I accept that it's my fault. It was 100% worth it. At least I have big hands. He says right before he messes up shuffling and almost puts cards upside down.
Alright. I believe I will go... I'll go first here.
Sure. Where is my coin? There it is. Did you want to cut?
Cut? Yeah, yeah. Cutting. Just half's fine.
It's fine for you too.
Alright, good luck.
You too, man.
Okay.
My first one.
Interesting choice to give Carlina the draw. Maybe it's because we can like try to set up better, and we don't really care how much will they have if we have a Welser or like a turn 1 Melfi into cancel. But yeah, I'm a little bit confused by the ability to give Carlina more will to be able to use.
And one for my last one.
From what we've seen from this deck, like a Garion resolving against this Feathmooge deck could be pretty detrimental.
Gusting Skies, pass turn.
Yeah, just a turn 1 Gusting Skies pass. So we do have access to a Melfi here.
With Asmodeus?
Do we see that like patient turn 1 Erythropia? Oh,
Carlina for 2. Burning Rabbit Dash.
we're gonna go for the Rabbit Dash.
Burning a rabbit.
We're going off. We're trying to pop off here on 1.
I will have to attempt to play the Melfi.
Melfi's gonna come in.
Melfi is good. Produce the green-white with the Melfi.
And down comes
13.
number 13. Yep.
Here we go.
Alright, draw.
Kind of expected, but it's kind of what Steven has to do there. It cost the 2 cards to answer his 1.
Combat.
Yeah. Take 2. 38.
Pass turn.
And so like every turn he can just kind of be that aggressor.
Draw.
I do really like that Violet
Call
though.
Asmodeus.
Yes.
Erythropia.
Back-to-back Erythropia does not feel great here.
Tap Carlina. 2 red. Burning Rabbit Dash.
Trying to get another Burning Rabbit Dash in. Is there another cancel available?
Yes.
Those rabbits. Ooh, this is a lot of damage about to be coming into play.
Yep.
3.
Swing at Melfi.
Swing at Melfi.
Feed your planar box. How big is it?
That's a 3/3.
Just to get the body off board.
And it shoots for 2, right? When it dies?
When it dies, it pings something for 2. Yes.
Yeah.
Melfi is dead.
Swing for 3.
Declare no box.
Sure.
Okay.
He's
swing
just
for 3.
oh,
Yep,
okay.
no blocks.
So 36. or
34 down to 34. Just not gonna try to
And
God's Art here. Okay. There's not necessarily a reason to. We can save them for later. So kind of again, probably something we imagine the God's Art's coming down at the end of the Feith Mooge turn potentially.
6-8 stone. We shall.
So the violet counts as violet. Travis, the violet counts as violet. It's got quick cast, and then
I
on
think it's
enter
set
you can
faster.
discard any number of cards in your hand
Sounds
and
good.
draw that many. And then
Draw
if you
turn.
discard atoms, it can do stuff. So if you
Recover and call with Asmodeus.
if you discard one atom, she gets 4+1/+1 counters. If you discard 2, she gains swiftness, and if you discard 3, you get to draw an additional card. But because she counts as violet, all of your atoms will trigger when they're discarded by her.
Declare no blocks.
Do we see an Asmodeus God's Art come down here?
3.
Nope, we're just gonna take a nice simple 3 at a time.
30, 28,
28,
3.
25.
25. I actually really like Steven just kind of sitting and being patient here rather than popping off.
We'll pass.
Yeah, just saying, hey, you're either gonna reset your life now, or you're gonna just take this 9 and make it unresettable later.
We'll doctor.
Okay, down to 25, 38, 25.
Activate the image chart.
Yep.
Interesting, interesting, interesting.
We'll put back that one.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Steven's playing this exactly right. Like, just take 9. Like, take your 9. Don't try to get too aggressive. Like, feel comfortable. Making Lumias feel not super great. Like, the more you can make Lumias feel awkward to cast, where they're not getting you buckets back, or like in this situation where like we've now lost 9 that the Lumia can give back. I think you're in a better spot here because you want those Lumias to feel like they're not getting you as much back. So a gradual chip here when Tham's not really putting on any pressure feels really good.
That I will just pass the turn.
I would not be surprised if we see a violet come down here at end of turn. Yep.
We'll pay black. 2 red.
Yes, the violet coming down.
Attempt to play violet.
Yep, this feels real good here because we either steal a cancel at the end of his turn, which is fine. We either get to get a Welser to put it back in our hand, which is fine. Like, everything's just kind of trying to make Feith Mooge do stuff on its turn so that during his turn he has a lot more safety, which feels really good in this position.
You have 2 open after that, right? +1.
And energize, so 3 open.
Yeah, so we also have the accessibility to be able to do.
Go ahead and respond.
We have a Garion potentially here. Number 13, I imagine, comes down. Yep.
Yep.
Number 13 is fine.
Move to my turn.
Probably just another, just call stone and move in for,
You're at how much life?
25.
Echo, you said that about Feith Mooge. You said you're starting to dislike things very much. Let's see here. Yeah, I think the right call is to just call stone
Call
with
stone.
with Asmodeus. And then just
6 H stone.
ooh, free floating will with Carlina.
Will
Feels good.
Produce 2 red with Carlina. Or actually, we'll untap Asmodeus.
Okay.
Ooh, an untap of Asmodeus. Interesting.
Combat.
Yes.
Swing 3.
Take 3. Going in.
Declare no block.
Down to
Asmodeus
22.
God's Art.
Oh, okay. Now we're seeing something come out here. So right now at 25, declared no block. We're going for an Asmodeus God's Art in response to the no block. So now we're trying to finish things out.
1, 2,
Echo, yeah, it might just be that you hate green. That's fair. 4 uniques.
5,
5 uniques. 5 uniques. 5 uniques.
2 Swarming Cthulhu, 2 Baja, Firestorm, Gary, and Eternal Wind. So +5 to the board.
Okay.
So now we're coming in for 8.
So it'd
Still
be
on
8.
a spot. So 8.
So we're at 25.
Produce green. Produce a void. Attempt to play Melfi.
Yes, Melfi's good.
With that, I will produce a green and a white.
Okay. So you got green, white floating.
Draw a card. With the white floating, I'll attempt to play Charlotte.
Ah, because we've Godsarted this turn. Ooh, we're gonna wipe tokens. Minha, I will say this is a good point. Don't forget that as far as we know, the new feasting, as she's currently printed, will have an errata. I'll talk about that after this round.
That's unfortunate.
So we've Godsarted this Carlina, or Godsarted our Mosrius. So now we're gonna get to go use Charlotte, and we can get to go reveal that 7th boon. We gotta pay 1 more white. See, I don't hate this right now because we've got a green floating still,
To remove
Remove all the tokens.
Resovators.
but we can try to cancel this. So like if we have a Garian in hand to be able to cancel this feels pretty good.
In response,
Like all we just need is a
well,
Gary.
Epismodius.
Yep.
To remove one of them.
RFG 2 cards from the
4 counters on Asmodeus and top 2 of my deck. Yes.
yeah, we're removing from the game 2 cards and seeing if we can
4 and remove 2.
hit a Burning Rabbit Dash.
And these are gone.
Okay, we did not have a Garian to be able to cancel that.
Okay.
Yeah, man, I think that Carlina is going to get weakened by the loss of dual stones and some
Hey,
other
red.
things, but I will say that
Gatekeeper.
that is a very large gatekeeper, Revel Savaria.
Cards in it?
5.
So now we get to start pushing back as the Thief Mooch player here. Charlotte seeing some really good play. I think we would have.
I'm gonna go ahead and attempt to Wallster it.
Ooh, did use this floating
feels
green.
bad. Yep.
He's tapped out now, so like a Violet feel pretty good here during his end step. During like
Cast it, so you're tapped out, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just don't think. Okay, we'll pass with that.
Here, go to draw.
Before draw,
yeah, down comes that Violet.
pay a red, and we'll play Gatekeeper back.
Oh, okay. Gate. Ooh.
We will RFG 3.
Okay.
White Garden, 2 Brave Force.
Okay.
And draw 3.
Yes.
Trying to dig a little bit here. I like this a lot. That Gatekeeper is very large, at least in the defense.
Gatekeeper is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7.
Nice little 12/7 Gatekeeper here.
It's a what? I'm sorry.
The 12/7, it gains +1 attack. It's a 0/7 gains +1 attack for each card in my removed area.
Okay, perfect. Draw turn.
We still have a lot of will available.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, you're good. Sorry.
Untap.
Put my mic back on my shirt.
You played a spell this turn. Let's see here.
See, Min, that's the thing is we don't know what the errata is. That's the biggest point, right? If the errata is moons or additions, then like at most it's K1 for 1-drop or for a Wall of Wind. So like it really depends on what it is. If it's non-magic stone entities, then yeah, it'd be more. But like we don't know exactly what it is going to be yet. There's 3 kind of thoughts floating around as to what it's going to be. So we'll have to wait and see what they say. I mean, it hasn't been confirmed what the errata says. If the word entity is changed to moon or addition, then it's a wall of wind.
comes
If
to
it
play, so you could
if
do all
they
the moon life.
add,
Paying.
ooh, okay,
20,
let's go talk about this.
2400 life.
2400
So
life.
it's staying by board 24.
No. I'm just paying 2400 life. but I'll
Oh, it's
drop
draw
2 cards.
1 for each. Right.
So he's going down to
Too bad.
100 life.
100.
100. Yep, sounds good.
Drop 2 cards. Play Malfi. Produce red black.
The Inferno.
Play Inferno.
Yeah, we're gonna set
Second
his
to 100.
life down to
Yep, I got
100.
mine. You got it.
Oh, and then swing.
Yeah, then we just swing with everything that's on the board. So we take it. Set his life down to 0, life down to 100. Have enough pressure on board. Didn't have any removal. We go to game 3. So some interesting like finishes from these decks that we haven't seen before, which has been pretty neat. As we go here into game 3. 20 minutes left on round, guys. So while they're shuffling up Min, we haven't been told what the errata is, so there's 3 ideas of what the errata is going to be. The first is the one that you're talking about, where the word entities gets changed to non-Magic Stone entities, and that's what you're talking about, where like feasting will count itself, and then the moon token generated. So that would be a payment of 2. The 2 ideas that are also being wondered about is if it's going to say additions instead of the word entity, or if it's going to say moons instead of the word entity. And if that's the case, if it says moons or additions, then a feasting that's ordered on 1 is only still a wall of wind, because all you'll have is the 1 addition that's generated off of Takagia, which is a moon. So you'll have 1 moon and 1 addition, so it's a wall of 1, tax of 1. So we have to wait and find out. It's going to have a big influence. It hasn't been publicly made. So it's one of those things where do we think that the errata, it's coming down to right now, do we think that the errata, because of the inappropriate text, is that a word got swapped or that words were missing? Because if words were missing, then it'll say non-Magic Zone entities. If words got swapped, then it means it could say additions or moons, and we just have to wait and see. Theum, you still there, bud? Theum, are you still there?
What happened?
I can still see you, Steven. Theum, you still there, bud? It looks like his game has frozen.
So he can at least reset
Oh.
since we're insiding.
Yeah, we're insiding, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't know, I thought my Discord just
Yeah, your camera shut off for a second, so
Timing at least.
Yeah, right? I have no idea what happened, but luckily it was right there.
yeah, yep, all good.
But I mean, that's why we have the recording stuff, right?
Yep, exactly. So it was all good. You got back to me, and we're in between games. It's not like it was during a game, so it's all good.
Can you see him now, Jeremy?
Yes, I can see. Well, Theum, you want to move your hands in front of your camera for me? Yes, I can see. I can see movement on my side. I will pause timer.
I'll say I can't see him. I'm just getting the loading screen. Let me exit the room and then immediately come back in.
Sounds good. So for those of you who are watching in the stream, we're just kind of verifying to get Steven to be back here. We can confirm that neither of them have disconnected. There was just a minor Discord glitch here. So we're getting Steven back into the room.
Okay, I can see him now. We're good.
Perfect.
We're on.
And I can see Steven as well. I can see both of you.
Perfect.
We are good to go. You guys still have 18 minutes on the round. I'm going to resume
sorry
your
about
clock.
that.
No worries. Your timer has resumed.
If you didn't hear me, I did say I was siding out 3 for that game.
I sided 2.
So,
Do you want to go first, second?
yeah, man, that's what I said. Like, if it's a moon edition token, right? So, like, if it's moon, if it's you control a number of moons you control, or if the number of additions you control, then at best feasting is a turn 1 wall of wind.
Cuts half.
Because it's the 1 moon token generated by Kaguya would be a moon, but it would also be an addition, so it covers either way. It really comes down to, like I said, is it a replacement for the errata of the text of the word entity, or is it an adding on text to the word entity? So we'll have to just see what the text is.
All right.
Thanks for bringing it up, though,
Fix my
because it's going to be important.
my setup here on my computer screen. Start the recording again. Alright, perfect. Alright, so you're first, correct? Alright, good luck.
So, you too.
We're going to have Carlina going first.
Mulligan 2.
Did 3 for my first one. 2 for my second.
That feels pretty bad.
2 for my third. Alright, good luck.
You too. Callstone. Amadeus.
Which one's that one?
Ooh,
Produce
5-color
produce one
stone.
color if my opponent has 2 rulers, so it's 5 color.
Cool.
Red black.
Yes.
Swarming Cthulhu.
Swarming Cthulhu.
4 tokens coming out if this resolves. Is Swarming Cthulhu going to resolve?
Let's go ahead and coin for Melfi.
Sure.
Coining out the Melf.
Green white with that.
Yep. And
13.
Go ahead and just 13 it.
yeah, and there's the cancel there.
Draw. Cost stone. Sorry.
Do we see a 6 Sage Stone here? This could be huge if it's not 6 Sage Stone.
Magic stone of
Ooh,
knowledge.
that's really... This gives us a big opportunity.
With that, I just will.
Because all we have is the only thing we have access to right now is last
Every
lecture.
turn, we'll pay a blue,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll Everfrost to draw.
Okay, doing some cycling here.
Mm-hmm.
Recover. Call.
Yep.
Erythropia.
Oh yeah, man. I think if it is moons, it'll be very cool.
Tap Carlina for red black.
Mm-hmm.
Swarming Cthulhu again.
Other one.
Do we have a last lecture?
Have it. Let's jump to his last lecture.
Oh, no Gary. Huh. Just
Pass
not seeing Gary in
draw turn.
Steven's hand here.
Activate Moon's Dirt.
That was his one option. If he had the Gary in there, he was going to be in... that's... If he had the Gary in there, that's lethal. That's really unfortunate. Because he wouldn't have had the ability to
So
be
you
able
have
to
a black
block.
and any color, correct?
Because we would have been able to have 4 tokens out of the field and then double Asmodeus with only 1 blocker. So that's just, there's no way that's not lethal.
Call.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, not having the Gary in there was pretty unfortunate. We can do it again. I mean, we can always cast it again. He last lectured.
I would say pass the turn.
Yeah, but he's got to...
End of turn. Pay a white.
Uh-huh.
We'll play White Garden, gain 1,000.
Yes.
Yeah, gaining 1,000 with the White Garden, going up to 5,000.
And draw for turn.
But we know that his life total doesn't super matter now that we've seen the life lost kind of gimmick off the Feath Mooch.
6 Sage Stone. We will...
That is the thing, though. You're playing Asmodeus. It's a 60-card deck. Sometimes you just don't get what you need.
We'll produce red black with Carlina and untapper.
Yes.
I imagine we try to see that Swarming Cthulhu one more time.
Play Swarming Cthulhu for a third time.
Does this one resolve?
I think. Let's see here. So Carlina's up, 3 open. I think we'll say that's okay.
This one makes it through. 4 tokens. We are at a position, though, well, we don't have the ability right now, unless we have a Feathsing in hand, or unless we have a Melfi in hand, we don't have the ability to be able to do Charlotte in response to a God's Art.
God's Art with Asmodeus.
Ooh, okay.
Yes.
1, 2 uniques, 3 uniques,
4,
4 uniques, 5, 6 uniques,
7.
7
So
uniques.
Firestorm, Garion, Dark Prominence.
So all
White
of those
Garden,
tokens are
Aegis,
now 8/8s.
Healing Robot, and Gatekeeper.
So 32%.
Plus
7.
7.
Nice.
32 damage
They're
represented
base
there.
1/3s, right?
Base 1/1s, so they're
1/1s.
8/8s.
I don't have the deck list in front of me, Travis, so I'm not sure. But there is one Garion right there.
Roll my little dice.
He might be saving it
They're just
for.
about to
To be
die.
honest, he might be saving it for if there's a Charlotte, which could kind of make sense. Because right now, as it stands, we don't have the will to like. We
Combat.
need a Melfi to be able to do the
Yeah,
boon,
combat.
unless we just have a boon in hand.
Swing 7.
Swing 8 down to 32.
How many atoms are in the grave? Or in the removed?
Now there's 2 in the graved, and then the removed. We have Dark Prominence, White Garden, and Aegis.
So 3 removed.
What 2 are in the grave?
White Garden and Everfrost.
Or
4 possible unique atoms RFG'd
There's
if
5
they all
total,
get
4
removed.
different names.
What goes on with this 8 damage?
this is for 8, correct? I'll declare no blocks.
Taking 8.
Sure. Response to no blocks.
Ooh.
We'll sack Earthropia, reset
Okay.
God's Arts.
Okay.
We'll God's Art again.
Yes.
Second God's Art coming down here for this token that's been declared no block.
2, 3,
3 uniques. 4 uniques.
5,
5 uniques.
6,
6 uniques.
7.
7
Burning
uniques
Rabbit
again.
Dash, Baja,
So
Void,
15.
Radius, Magical Loveliness,
Down to
Swarming Cthulhu,
2,500.
and Tachyon. 7.
Mm-hmm.
So 15 coming in for this token. So like I imagine we see a Lumia here. Like there's got to be something to be able to get these tokens cleared. Otherwise there's just so much pressure coming in.
I hate having to do all these dice. 6. They'll go to 2.
Well, then how big?
15 15s.
1 plus 14. 15, 15.
They're all 15, 15s. Okay. Yeah. So first one goes through.
Down
Yep.
to 25.
25.
Swing for the second one.
Down to 10.
Blocks. Go to 10.
Swing for the third one.
Attempt to block.
Jump.
Is good.
Then there the fourth one for lethal. What's the play out here?
Swing for the last one.
Produce green and void. Attempt
Yep.
to play a Muffy. Muffy good.
Muffy's good. Alright, I don't know if you heard me.
Sorry. Produce green and green.
Double green.
Draw a card.
What are we trying to draw into? I mean, other than
with that
keeping
green
yourself.
and the green, I'll go ahead and just play another one.
Huh.
Good. Produce green and green.
There,
Declare block.
do we have a fallen angel of black tears?
Is good.
Nope, we do not.
Okay.
Block is good.
Alright, I say yeah and yep really fast, so sometimes Discord doesn't
Sorry,
pick
yeah,
it up. I never know if
sometimes
you're
you
hearing me
do.
or not. Pass turn.
End step. With one of the greens, attempt to big show. Good.
Okay, we're big showing here. We've got another floating green.
With the other green, attempt to big show.
Second big show here.
Bought both. Go to my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Big show count is now 3. Drop turn.
Draw's apparently good. I mean, this isn't super crazy.
Untap.
We don't have the will. Well, we do have the will to be able to do the Inferno, but we have will to be able to answer it. but like now Lumias can't save you, and you're dealing with this board. It was a lot.
Call.
No 6-8 stone at all, so just really, really out of here. Definitely Valentina is an option to just steal all of them, but only 1,000 damage when we're also playing the Bahamut is pretty huge. Like, I imagine that there's a world where we potentially flash in a Violet at the end of this turn if we've got one, just to see. Trying to kind of work through the math here. Let's see here. We have 4 will total, one of which is void. We've burned 3 of our Milfies, so Featsing's not going to do much. I was really anticipating like a clear the board with a Charlotte or something like that. It's a tough spot. Especially knowing the fact that if we like tap out to play the last Secret Sword combination, like we're not going to get to draw any cards off of it.
I'm going to say.
And like we know that there's burn.
And pass the turn.
Sure. End of turn.
Uh-huh.
1, 2 red with Carlina.
Yep, here comes the Violet.
We'll quick cast Violet.
What'd you say again?
When she enters, discard any number of cards, draw that many, and get effects based on how many atoms I discard. If I discard 1, she gets 4 1/1 counters. If I discard 2, she gets swiftness. If I discard 3, I draw an extra card.
And that's not a token.
Yes.
Sorry, board is kind of cluttered here.
Yeah, thinking. How many cards do you have in your hand?
I have 1, 2, 3.
I have 3 cards in hand. I have. Sure, that's good.
Effect, I'll discard 1.
Mhm.
Rapid dash.
Yes.
Draw 1.
It's discarded resolution, but okay.
Sure. Before you draw, we'll attempt to play Prestia Secret Reference.
In comes the Valentina.
Big Show count 3. I will just grab a Valentina, owner of the theater.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
EGB.
Yeah. Don't know if I have anything to do with that. You just keep them as long as Valentina's on board, right?
Correct.
They are yours.
Oh.
Let's see, trying to. Oh.
Yep, we're still here.
Hello.
Sorry, did you say something? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What's up?
Your screen is frozen.
Yeah, I see him move. I can see his shadow moving.
Yeah, I see the shadow. Okay, yeah, we're
Yeah, we're good. He's just sitting back.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, sorry.
I thought you
I
disconnected
just-
for a second.
Yeah,
So
I
Yep.
just put the cards down.
Yeah, Steven, we can just you don't have to worry about positioning, Steven. I'll just remember that those are his.
Yeah.
Just like turn your Violet around like that. Yeah, that's good enough. Because we're running out of space.
yeah, it's sorry.
Alright.
Okay. And that was before draw, so draw
Yes.
for turn.
So if there's a Bahamut here, like we're
well,
still in pretty good shape. It just has to be
think
not
it
last
keeps now.
lecture
Recover.
or a burn spell,
I
right?
have 2 open, 1 void for chance, 1 of any. That feels bad.
Well, we don't have a removal option for the.
No, I guess I don't really have another play. We'll call stone with Asmodeus.
Yep.
6 Age Stone. He will I guess we'll just float 2 red with Carlina. Can't really
Yep.
do anything with Asmodeus. I don't have a board anymore.
Do we just slam a Baja here? If we do,
Huh.
we definitely have enough atoms engraved to be able to play a Baja, and we've got 2 floating red. Like, we've got the will to be able to cast him.
I don't have it, so if you have it, you have it. 2 red. 2. Well. Alright. 2 red, 2. Well, God's Art Carlina.
So we have a...
We'll move 2. Use the 4. To play Baja.
You have it? I mean, I have it.
Yeah, you got it.
It says last picture.
Yeah, you
Yep,
got it.
he
Oh,
has the
okay.
less lectured. No
Alright.
Garians, so
Wow,
that
game,
takes
man.
it.
Good game. We can come from behind.
And that is it.
My own tokens.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the
Oh,
games.
Garion was the next card.
Uh,
God dang it.
Thanks for the games, guys. Go ahead and
Sure.
PM. I'll have you go ahead and report, and we'll see you guys later.
Thank you.
Cute.
Good game, Stefan, for sure.
Too, man. Definitely a lot better than the last ones we've had. One
Yeah,
we just
that was
completely
that.
destroyed.
Yeah, so that
That one
was
was super close.
that was
That was fun, man. Good game.
Alright, yeah, you too.
so that was super fun. I enjoyed watching that. There was some good back and forth there. It came down to what were your tech cards. And we've said this before. The Valentina started seeing a lot of play. Valentina started seeing a lot of play in these Feenooch decks. It's just like a one of main board to be able to do things like exactly that. Steal, because the deck can't necessarily answer things going super wide. And so Valentina just says, hey, you know what, we're going to take it and not have to worry about it. So that's pretty good. That was a good play. We are going to be putting Wolfgang 2. Unfortunately, the players, they did not win their round 2, so we are going to be putting a 1-1 Wolfgang 2, but that doesn't mean it's out. With this size, 48 players, X1 can certainly win. Can certainly make it to top 8. So we will be putting Wolfgang 2 on stream next round. I'll be curious to see exactly how that deck's evolved, or if people are playing similarly to my variant, the red, white, black. But we will be right back for round 3 shortly. So thank you guys so much. Be back in a minute. And then short break. Okay, people, I'm back. Because I want to go into a little bit more discussion of kind of what we were talking about earlier with Min. Because you bring up a really good point. I also just want to say huge thanks again to all of our sponsors who are checking us out, supporting us. You can check all their links in the description below for pre-orders. The other thing is several of our providers have pre-orders up for the 7th, so if you haven't already been able to get them through your locals, I definitely recommend you check those out. Odyssey Games, Triple Sleeve TCG, pre-orders on boxes, pre-orders on pre-release kits, pre-orders on structure decks. CCG Prime also has pre-orders on all of those things and is giving away additional promos to any order of at least a box or more. So you get 5 promos additionally thrown in, which is a pretty cool little perk. And then all of our other wonderful little supporters. So appreciate them. And there's stores that are, you can check out if you're in the California area or you're in Arizona. You can check out Imperial Games and Jesse James Comics and Games. Get them started. And then, of course, if you're in Michigan, come check us out at CCG Prime or where Paul and them play Wanderer, or down in Kalamazoo where we play at Odyssey Games. So I do want to talk about this feasting specifically. I can't pull it up on screen. It was spoiled. It was the Marvelware for this next set. If you haven't already seen it, how do I describe it? It's an Omni Negate, at least as it stands. So it's a 1-drop quick cast 4/4. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can find it, just to be able to pull it up on screen for y'all. Let's talk about this. Force of Will. Okay, so I'm going to save this image so I can pull it up and we can talk about it, because there's some pretty big implications for based on what the erratas are. So let's do it. Let's do it live. Let's talk about it here. But here's Feasting. She has a lot of text on her. Right. So right now she's a Tails, so you can only play her in Tails decks. Or you can't play her in a villain deck. She's a quick cast 1/4, 1-drop 4/4 Marvel rare. That just by herself, regardless of if you can revolutionize her, as her text currently stands, which we know is the incorrect text, enter, cancel target spell or activate or automatic ability your opponent controls unless the controller plays X, where X is the number of entities you control. Entities, because being anything that you control on the field. So stones are included in this. And Feasting would count herself because she is an entity. And then if you revolutionize her, she'd become uncancelable because of revolution. And then 0, return the card ordering this card to your ruler zone as a ruler. If you do, you draw a card. So cantrip it. So when this was first spoiled, the entire community raised a huge uproar because this card shouldn't exist as it stands. Because at base, in any deck at base, on 1, this is a wall of wind with attacks of 2. Being a stone and her. Sure, it counts at resolution of this. So like you can respond to the enter and kill stuff, but like at worst at that point it's a wall of wind even if you kill Feasting, which you're not going to have the will to do anyway. Very, very gross. That being said, we have been informed that it is going to be errata because this text that was sent from the devs to the translators was the wrong text. Everything that we've been told is that as far as we know, is that it's related to this first part, not the revolution side. The revolution side is still very strong. Don't get me wrong. I would put that the revolution side is within merit for what a Marvel rare is. This first side, though, needs to get fixed. And it is, as far as we know. So it comes down to, like I said, there's 2 points of potential control here. And it all focuses on this word entities. And it all comes down to whether or not that the error was a word replacement or a word missing. So let's talk about the implications there, right? We're still waiting to hear exactly what it is. If it was a words missing, that means that this is going to change into non-magic stone entities you control. That means that on 1, it's still a wall of wind because Feasting will count itself but not count the stones. Or if you're playing in Kaguya, you can stack the triggers from the ordering of Kaguya to get your Moon Edition, and then you'll have the addition and Feasting, so a wall of wind of 2. This is still very too much, in my opinion. I think that's too much for an early Omni Negate. Wall of Wind is banned in Wanderer for a reason. We have Prideful Mage, which which is a Wall of Wind on a body for quick cast, but has the requirements of your life being 2,000 or less. So suddenly having this 1-cost Omni Negate that as a minimum for Kaguya is a 2-cost Wall of Wind is too much. So we're still waiting to hear exactly what's going on there, but that would be that wording, right? And why I still think that's not enough. I personally believe that it's a word replacement, that the errata is that the word entity was the wrong word, and that it should be either moons or additions. And let's talk about my reasoning why I think that is, and why we'll talk about why that's not as important. If it's moons or additions, then outside of Kaguya, this card does nothing on turn 1, which is totally fine. But there are decks that can use this because we have moon resonators, we have generation of tokens of moons and stuff like that, which is pretty neat. So there's some cool stuff there. If it's additions, it's the same kind of thing. It really doesn't have any implication on turn 1 outside of Kaguya, and in either of those positions, at best, it's a Wall of Wind on 1, which I, having played in Wanderer for a bit, and like played in an era where we have Energize and stuff, like it's a lot easier to play around a turn 1 Wall of Wind than it ever has been before, because of Energize and like things like that. So a turn 1 Wall of Wind for exclusively Kaguya isn't crazy. This becomes more of a mid to late game cancel that also draws you a card. Still very good, still very deserving of being a Marvel Rare, just not there yet. Rusted, we're not sure if they're printing it yet. We're still a month out, so there's a very real option that potentially the cards haven't been printed yet, and hopefully the one that hits print is the errated version. We'll just have to wait and see. Good question, though. And then let's talk thematically, right? So a Wall of Wind on 1 for exclusively Kaguya isn't that big of a deal. It's definitely a Marvel because it's uncancelable, and you can't Gary in it, and then you can cancel automatic or activate abilities. Like, that's pretty cool. And the fact that it cantrips when you're ordering is crazy. So I like that a lot. I also think that if it is already printed, then having this word be something different makes a lot more sense as opposed to missing words. Because then it makes sense, and it's also going to be easier for us to tell people, like, I know it says entities, it's not supposed to, it's supposed to say additions. I know it says entities, it's not supposed to, it's supposed to say moons. So I don't know. Anyway, thematically, additions or moons also makes the most sense as opposed to entities, because Kaguya's orders literally make moons, literally makes additions, and Kaguya's kind of gimmick throughout time has been additions all the way back to K1. So if you're talking about Kaguya thematics, having Feasting count additions makes the most sense thematically and in lore than anything else. So that's why I think it's going to be additions, or moons. Either one I'm fine with. If it's additions, then suddenly this card sees some playability in like Wolfgang 2. That's pretty neat, which I'm okay with. Suddenly going back to playing green black white Wolfgang 2 would be pretty fun. I think that'd be cool, especially since we're losing access to or just green black Wolfgang 2 would be fun, especially since we're losing access to things like Raise and Revive. So that's pretty neat to me, but we'll have to wait and see. So those are, I just wanted to be very clear about this and talk about it. We're still waiting to hear. The sources that we have telling us that it's going to receive an errata are very credible. So I'm not saying like, oh, I hope they errata it. Like, it is being errated. So that's good to know, just as you get prepared to see this. So there's no real reason to even talk anymore about card text as currently is, because this doesn't exist. So I just wanted to talk about that, really explain my thoughts and kind of predictions about it, because I think that's kind of relevant as we're waiting here for our last couple games. It looks like everybody's finished, so we'll be jumping into round 3 very quickly, and we'll have Joey P pitching versus whoever he's playing against, and Joey is on our Wolfgang 2 deck, so looking forward to seeing how that goes. Yeah, so be prepared to have conversations with your players, confirming, telling them like, hey, this word entities actually is additions. Hey, this word entities is actually moons. But yeah, we're going to go in here into round 3. Hello, gentlemen. Wait. Hello, gentlemen. How are we doing today? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Joe, I have you on the left with your koi pond mat, right?
Yes, sir.
And Joseph. Oh, it's the Joe match. Joseph, can you speak up a little bit? I just want to make sure I can hear you.
Me?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's two of you. Joe V versus Joe P. So.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna turn you up just a little bit on my end, Joseph, so you don't have to worry about it.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that a sword?
That is a sword.
Oh god,
It's very sharp.
I'm afraid.
Okay. So as we said before for you guys, you have an independent time clock. You're on my time. You have a full hour just like everybody else, but you're on my time down here. So you don't have to worry about it. If you have a question about what time on round is, you are more than welcome to ask. I will tell you what time on round is between games. If you make a judge call, you can just say, "Judge, I can hear you." I will unmute and be able to talk to you about it. If you can appeal my decision just like always. And because you have an observer, if I see something that needs to be addressed, I will unmute. But in those situations that it requires a judge and I just step in without the two of you calling me, I will go get a judge to have them adjudicate on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So if you call me, I'll make a ruling. If I see something, I'll get someone else to make the ruling.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay? You guys are all set to go. You have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to round 3, Wolfgang 2 versus Faria. You may begin.
I'm still
How many we can
shuffling.
cut?
You can cut down like 6.
In stones?
Do 2 for me.
So this will be interesting to me. One of the things
You can
that
do just half and
we have
half.
the aggression, right,
Okay.
from the Faria deck.
I don't
one
know
of the
what
things-
half my deck is, unfortunately. I think it's an odd number.
Estimated.
One of the things about this match is particularly the fact that Acheron, which you would normally think would be very good for Wolfgang 2 against
2d6?
aggressive decks, doesn't necessarily do anything to Faria because of the Eternal that she can grant.
I got a 4.
So we'll have to see. But the other thing is, too, is that we do have the ability to apply that neg 8 to the board
Good
with
luck to you,
Terminus,
too.
which can be pretty devastating, especially if you can get multiple and like chain them in response to things or things like that. You can really control the board with the Terminus in this deck for sure. So we'll have to see what comes out. So Faria Heroes and Wolfgang 2, 2, we got the 1 Faria. Both of these guys are 1-1.
One of the million patches of my deck.
So we'll have to see how this goes.
Okay, I'm putting back 2.
Yeah, JoJo's. Is
Alright,
that a JoJo
you
reference,
can
Steven?
start whenever you're ready.
Alright, start at main phase, get a counter on Excalibur.
Yep.
Produce white. We'll call stone.
Ooh, basic white stone. But this is fine. Like,
Is that
most of
also
the deck
white
is...
stone?
Yes.
Most of
I'm
these
They're not playing tags, so it is only a white stone.
base white
I'm sorry.
rulers don't really mind playing the stone maned because, again, if your
I was
opponent
hoping I wouldn't have to do anything non-tag today. But with our floating, we're going to play Schrodinger's Call.
gonna get a
Okay,
search with the
so
Schrodinger's
please
call
say
here.
what your card does.
It searches for hero.
Okay.
Good.
Yes.
Probably gonna go get a... I imagine either a Faria or a Lenneth, whichever one we don't
Or a
already
Magda.
have. Oh, Magda
Okay.
also counts as a hero. Yep.
How many would you like me to cut?
You can do like 5 down.
4, 5.
There's no Godzarts on this side, so Jewel doesn't do necessarily as much.
Sure.
Really trying to go
Okay.
for like a pretty aggressive Acheron or a pretty aggressive
And I
getting to
Is there any
Terminus.
mono greenstone?
Greenstone.
I will tap this for 1 and attempt to play heart-to-heart talk.
Ah, okay, so we
That
are
is
playing
fine.
heart-to-heart talks
Okay,
here.
RG's from the game. I draw a card. Rest of the game, -1 for costs.
So this is something heart-to-heart is something I've cut from my Wolfgang package. I'm also not playing any base green.
I'm gonna energize and attempt to search a 2-drop from my deck with Wolfgang.
That is fine.
We're gonna get a turn 1 Jewel, I imagine, with the search for 2.
The target of my choice is going to be 6 Boon.
Yep. So we have will to be able to play
Requiem,
around with things.
It's got 3
Reasonable.
names for whatever reason.
Just like my Excalibur Cassius sword.
Yes.
It is the thing.
Okay. How far would you like me to cut?
5.
Okay.
So these first few turns for both decks are going to be heavy sit up. hitting that jewel early on certainly definitely gives us the option to, like, in recovery, get a 2-drop, which is kind of huge because that's Acheron.
I'll pass turn.
We have the will, or we have the will to be able to
at
do
end of
stuff
turn.
during his turn to be able to mess with.
Schrodinger. Are you familiar?
Please read it. I'm not familiar.
On enter, he puts a guidance counter on a ruler or entity I control.
Yep.
And when a guidance counter is put on a ruler or entity I control, I can rest a J Resonator.
Okay.
He's good.
Yes.
All
We're
right,
gonna
so
draw
on
some cards here
I'm
for
just gonna trigger to
Excalibur.
Draw me a card,
Okay.
and then I'll move to turn to draw.
Yes.
Move to recover.
We're getting a Lenneth.
Yes, that's fine.
Start of main phase. Go to guidance 3 on Excalibur.
Okay.
Effect to put a hero from my hand into the field. Anything?
Do we have an answer to that?
That is fine.
Lenneth
Alright,
or
I'm gonna
Faria?
Throw down Faria.
We are going to go for the Faria.
Choose
Okay.
a 12/12 with swiftness. On
Response
enter, I
to
can
Faria.
Okay.
I know what it does.
Okay.
Produce black. Necronomicon barrier. Resonators you control do not
Yeah.
trigger their own abilities.
So her effect's already been put on the chase because she wasn't cast. She was put into the field through Excalibur. So
Yeah, this is a little bit of a misplay,
her
unfortunately.
effect is already being applied.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So a little bit of a misplay there. Usually you want to use Necronomicon Barrier in response to the Faria, which is a little bit weird because then the Faria player can just, like, choose not to put in the thing they really want the enter effect off. So, like, it's not super ideal, but you at least stall for a turn. This is going to get a lot of value off of the Faria player. There's a very real possibility that we just see
would you like
lethal
to
here.
Some arbitrary man in the center of your deck.
Fair.
Because we can cast these and produce will. If we hit a 6-stage stone here, it's pretty much over. Because we can cast that Cassius for free. There's probably a hero in hand or a Lenneth in hand.
I wish you were playing tag.
Yeah, he's wanting to use
Call spell.
I wish I was playing tag too, honestly.
Heat Ray.
So we're gonna play Cassius for free.
Okay.
We are going to choose to produce 4 will.
Okay.
We're gonna go.
Lenneth?
We're gonna go 3 white and a red,
3 white and a red.
and we're going to play Lena.
Yep.
Okay.
So she's not getting an
I
answer
just
effect.
realized You had the necro barrier.
So
Got value.
You did. My misplay. Move to combat.
Okay.
Swing for 12.
Yes, I will take 12.
down to
Okay.
28. So this does
Swing
give
for 3.
Okay.
Joey the opportunity to be able to
And Lenneth is things that have a guidance counter on it gain eternal.
has the opportunity if we can get to a
Doing from here on out.
if we can get to a terminus, we're in a pretty good spot here.
From there, I will pass to you.
Okay.
We know that there is access to
I will draw. Go to untap.
we know that there's access to Magna in hand to
Gallstone.
be able to get a that's good.
Cover
The
Warp
6 sage stone here is pretty good. There's a very real opportunity for us to pop off a terminus here.
All right.
And currently both of his stones are producing, like, the only out to a terminus here if we pop off would be a Gradius.
Produce black.
Okay.
Residence.
Sure.
Okay.
Huh. Okay.
Next. I will. Think about that.
See, this is one of the reasons why Heart to Heart Talk isn't my favorite here. This Resonance, if we had... Joey played Necronomicon here in response to the enter effect of the Faria. So the Faria still got to resolve, but then we got to do the... it applies for the whole turn, and there was a little bit of a misplay from Joey P.
Black, which can only be used for that.
We can go search for a 2-drop. Probably gets us a Plane of Raging Winds. then that can get us potentially. I mean, that can get us Terminus. Like we're at a point right now where we can get Terminus because wins is 2, recovers a stone. We use the floating black and 1 more black judgment that gets us 3, that gets us 4, gets us Terminus, and the thing that gives it barrier. So then we, with what's on field right now, you actually have guaranteed lethal. The question
That's
is,
what I'm thinking about.
does Joey see
how
that
to
line is the trick?
Make use of the rest of this though. I'll produce green and then search for a 2-drop.
Okay.
So Plane of Raging Wind's coming down.
So you're using the discount from Heart to Heart and the green.
And the black.
Okay.
Yeah, the black.
So we have a floating green.
The green's just gonna float there.
Okay. Just making sure.
Planes recover to stones I control.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mandatory residence trigger from grave.
Go for it.
Okay.
See, yeah, I don't really like this residence line here. You're not really getting any value off of it, unfortunately. We could have just used the stone to float, gotten the planes, and then still had 2 floating black.
Whether or not I'm going to go back into my deck.
Like there wasn't a need for the residence there. We just wasted
Does
a floating
Lemon
black.
Fly?
No, nothing flies.
Okay. Do I want to go for it? Is the question.
I don't think there's a reason not to. I think the better play here is to go for the Terminus and not try to go for the 1-hit KO. You go for the Terminus, you swing with the Terminus, gain 10, go back up to 35, and then you just kind of sit. And then you have a -8 during his turn to just make his turn feel super bad.
Black and black for judgment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we'll have 3 total demonic
Stone
worlds.
comes into play rested, and I get a demonic world for my deck.
That is fine.
Okay. There's the stone, no effect, and demonic world.
Yep.
Get that one. Fallen Angels for total cost 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to get the one that gives Terminus Swiftness and Turbinus.
One of those, and one of these. Terminus has Swiftness because of Fallen Angel of the Chasm.
And complete barrier. So we need a white removal
Go
removal
into
spell
combat.
that's only exclusively white and a Gradius right now to not lose.
Attempt to swing 10 with Terminus.
In
I need-
response.
Okay.
I'm gonna flash into Charlotte. Anything to her cast?
See, this is again, you let this
think
block
so.
happen. Like, you let this block happen, you're totally fine with it because you can't go for lethal.
No, nothing to her cast.
I'd like to block.
That's a flyer.
Flying and barrier black.
There's no reason to neg here. You just let it happen, gain 10, and then apply the neg during his turn. Gain 10.
And it's barrier black. How
Yeah,
neat.
right. That's good.
Yeah, you'd have to have a white removal spell and Gradius.
Counter yours.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh nice. Yeah, I can't do anything about that.
Go up to 35.
Yeah, hits happens. I'm bigger than yours, right?
So she dies.
Yep, and
Okay.
now we gain 10. We're up to 35.
A little nervous there.
A little bit.
And then we have the negate during his turn, which is gross. Like, absolutely gross.
All right. From there, I will pass.
All right. At end of turn, I'm gonna play Cassius for free.
Yep. Get a free Cassius.
Good. I'm gonna RP the top 3.
Yeah, it's fine.
You go to his turn, and before draw, you apply the negate,
Not the best.
because it's just going to make his whole turn.
Move to draw.
Yes.
Drop the turn.
I don't even think you let him play a card.
Cover.
Okay.
Start of main phase. Get a counter on Excalibur.
Well, unless he plays the hero. If he plays Shining Heart Hero, then, like,
I'm
you
going
wait.
to progress your Wolfgang through Schrodinger?
It's like you have to do it now. He has barrier. He has barrier, I believe.
Barrier white. You
No,
cannot target.
no, the Wolfgang J ruler, but he's a fallen angel, right?
Oh, is he?
Is
thought he was
No, he's
demon.
demonic.
Oh, I
He's
apologize.
demonic. Yeah.
Okay.
I will use this effect. The
You apply the
Rest-
-8 to nuke
two
the board
demonic
here.
rolls, give something -8. So I will do. How big is the Lena?
It's the whole board, Joey.
It's a whole board.
Yeah.
Deck.
Card's good.
Okay, so yeah, all of them.
So you're just doing that?
Yes.
Thinking.
This is why I say we do it before recovery. Because if he has things to be able to give, like, you do it now before he can do anything, because now he's got will to be able to potentially put guidance counters on things and keep them eternal. Like if he has a guidance counter for, because he has the Magna, so he can give the guidance counter to
I'm gonna go
on the Lenneth, and then he can also use a Magna to protect the thing.
Sacred Spirit.
Yep.
So target J resident gains +4/+4 Eternal and a guidance counter.
Yep.
So I'm gonna give that to the Lenneth.
Yep. Which will then tap down
Response.
something else.
When's the demonic world on Lena?
Ooh.
Plus
Yeah.
0 because I have 4 demonic worlds.
Playing the wins.
From game, right?
Yep, and I draw a card.
Nice. Good play there. Wasn't expecting that. I haven't been playing that card very much.
Okay.
So that's gone. And then the neg4 resolves. So now we're at a
Alright,
permanent.
Thinking.
That Lenneth is a 4/4. We have a permanent neg8 on the board. We probably see a call stone. So the crazy thing about like Wolfgang, in my opinion, which is why I've been having success with him, I think, is the fact of like that -8 effect of Terminus is absolutely insane. We used to do -7 -7s, -7 just defense with perfect Loki and think that it was insane. And now we have Terminus who can apply a -8 to everything, like it's attack too, and just do a lot of work. Joseph is most certainly on the back foot here.
I'll play Cassius.
It's our third
Do
Cassius.
the top 3.
Was the other card that you played, the Manifestation of the Spirit, was that a card that would go with the Faria, where you have to pay, where you get it for free?
No, this only plays the Cassiuses for free.
Oh, okay.
It's only the
Yeah,
first
that's
one
fine.
each turn.
You got it.
Okay.
So we've got some heroes here. Light of the Sacred Spirit, a hero search, or Power of Salvation, a wind hero, a Magna, another Lenneth, and another Magna. Not too much to be able to deal with this Terminus right now. And this is the point that I've said before of like Faria's, like any hero Faria is going to play here is just immediately going to die, and Faria just doesn't do much during its opponent's turn. So Terminus Wolfgang gets a lot of freedom.
I'll scoop it there.
Okay.
Yeah. Joey realizing he can't get through the -8 is going to scoop it up.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
We go into game
I thought it
2.
was targeted. Because that
If only.
seems reasonable.
It's too reasonable. We don't do that here.
Right. Or too late of a step in a Force Will's life cycle.
Right?
Just as a heads up, 42 minutes left on clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Joey, did you remember? I had your life at 35. What did you have your life at the end of that game? Joe P.
25. I didn't take damage, right?
No, Joseph, I had you still at 40. I'm talking Joe P.
Yeah. He took 12 from Faria,
Yeah.
and then he took another 3 from Schrodinger.
Sure.
Right.
Did he
So,
gain the 10?
25?
Did he gain the 10 from Belial?
Oh, that has
Wow.
drain. Oh, I wasn't aware.
Ah, yes. Okay. No, I did not
Oh,
realize.
okay, just making sure I had life totals right because I recorded it, but I didn't hear you say drain trigger. So,
Gotcha. Yeah.
okay, thank you. So we're going into game 2 here. Yeah, for sure, man. If this match ends quickly enough, we've got 40 minutes left on the round. It's very likely that we will, with the speed of these two decks, how they go against each other and not much interaction for each other, outside of like the negate. There's a very real chance that you can have Wanderer later today. Scrolling back up here. Oh, the chat is not letting me go. Okay. To go back to the Uber Series breakdown, 2 blue violet, 1 violet, 3 Almeria's Moonstart, 2 Carlina Dante. That's about what I expected. I heard about this Almeria's Moonstart kind of stack. It's like playing the turbo cancels and stuff like that. I think that we beat that as we just need to resolve a turn 1 castle of Carlina and then it's pretty much over. But I'm not surprised by that at all. And it's just using Almeria's Moonstart for consistency. That's all. For like continual filtering.
Ring 3.
Okay.
But in a Wanderer tournament, in a top cut of a Wanderer tournament, that's 4 unique decks. Violet, Stacks Almeria's Moonstart, Turbo Stand Carlina, and Blue Violet.
So what inspired you to play?
I'm okay with that for sure.
It's fun. It's fun.
Okay.
And I think it's pretty underrated, honestly.
Yeah,
It's gotten a lot better even with Cassius and Charlotte.
yeah, those cards are sick.
Yeah.
I just wish I could hurt so badly by Dante.
Yeah, it's all right. Because after the first one, it's like everything's good. What would you like me to cut?
You can just do some arbitrary amount in the middle. It's fine.
Same to you.
Okay.
We do not have
I
Min.
want to start.
I do not believe that we have a plan for a lunch break. We're just gonna go.
That sounds good. I'm gonna use that as an energized token.
Sure thing.
I'm gonna put 2 back.
Same for me.
Okay. You can start whenever you're ready.
Yep. So we'll start with the counter on Excalibur to produce white,
Okay.
and we will call stone, and we will recover.
Yep.
Oof. We want to see that 6 Sage Stone on 2.
With our floating white, we're gonna play Pier.
Ooh, a Pierre. This is a good
The,
card here
got
to
the
be able to
Archer dude.
pop some
Once
additions.
Archer.
Yes.
We will like to swing in for 4.
All right. I'm down to 36.
All right.
Okay.
And I will
Nice
throw
tech
it-
card. Nice
Okay.
tech card here. It's aggression. It can answer that first one. Although I do
Well
thoroughly
drawn.
anticipate in a moment like this that we go
Well
for a
stone.
nice turn 1 jewel.
I will. Thinking.
Turn 1 residence. Oh, okay.
Residence.
Playing a residence.
Sure.
All
Which
right.
is fine.
Okay.
I like the idea here of if he has a black addition here. If you banish residence,
Second
produce black, play a 1-drop demonic world, get it
and
back.
I will search a 1-drop.
Why? Okay,
That's
interesting choice. Searching for a 1-drop here. It's gonna get immediately popped.
Oil pond.
Ooh boy. It's getting hot in here.
Oil pond coming down
Mandatory
here.
Residence trigger.
In response, I'm gonna flash in an Exorcist Mage.
Ooh.
Response to that. I will
Carry on.
carry on.
Yeah, figures.
So the Garyon hits the Exorcist Mage. I still think I would have gone with the Jewel first.
Alright.
Because now...
With that, you can go.
Alright. Drop the turn.
You can let me know when to cut.
Just half.
Okay.
And I will
Let's see.
recover.
Yes.
Get some more aggression here. Pierre's in the air, so I don't care about Bane.
Excalibur. Draw a
Draw a
card.
card.
Yep.
out, right?
Yep.
No will. All right.
Unless you want to count that one.
No, that doesn't count. Unless you have a quick cast demonic world.
I wish. Quick cast demonic world
Oh,
ability.
right? Yeah.
Let's see.
Um,
Second Pierre?
Schrodinger.
Schrodinger.
Excalibur.
Okay.
Oh, we're going off this turn. Yeah, this is
Put a hero into the field.
Okay.
Lenneth.
Lenneth.
Here we go.
Lenneth gets his flame hero. Do we have a way? I don't think we do. We don't have a way to be able to judgment this turn. Otherwise, we'd just be staring down lethal.
Scorching hero.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's going to deal 8 to your board.
Okay.
How many would you like me to cut?
Do 3.
Just 3.
So now we have. Now we start getting Eternal on stuff. So if you can get an Eternal on the Lenneth, it's pretty much game. Next turn.
Callstone.
Okay.
Oof. Did not hit the 6 Sage Stone there. Definitely wanted it. Because if we could, then we absolutely have lethal here. There's a world. I actually think. There's a world where we play the guidance counter on Lenneth right now.
Here.
Okay.
Just to
That means
be
a
able to
32.
give everything eternal permanently. 32. Because right now there is a world where the Lenneth
And pass
gets
turn.
killed.
Okay. Draw. What's the stats on the Schrodinger cat?
He is a 3/4.
Okay.
We need a demonic world here.
He's innocent.
I won't. Yeah.
He's so cute. He's got a cloud tail.
Recover.
Yeah.
And then I will call stone.
Of course.
No 6 Sage Stone, so we're not judgmenting Wolf King this turn.
What's the card on the not the Lenneth side, but the opposite side?
This one?
Yes.
Scorching hero? Yeah, so he's already gotten his guidance 1 trigger, so that's not going to happen. He's a 7/6. You want to know all the effects?
Yeah.
So when he gets a second counter, J Resonators I control gain plus 200 attack and swiftness for the turn. And when he has 3 or more, he has the static effect of
Yep.
heroes I control deal double damage.
Neat.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's very neat.
Pretty on the back foot here. This is one of the reasons why I don't like black-green base Wolfgang. Is it definitely doesn't have nearly as much reactivity. It's more just trying to do things during its turn. 48,
Let's
Gary.
go.
48 players, Gary Felix. Search for a 2-drop.
Play Residence.
Sure.
Sack it for black and search for 2.
If we search for a wins here, it's game over. It will literally be a GG if we search for a wins. Even without searching for a wins, it's pretty much over with how the damage we've already taken.
Just checking my hand again.
Absolutely.
Because Pierre's going to be able to pop the win, so we'll only recover 1 stone. Has to be Jewel.
Both are not great.
My build is playing a lot more 1-drop, like more comfortable playing 1-drop Demonic Worlds from hand because we really just want to abuse the will production of Residents pretty heavily. If he sets down anything other than Jewel,
Yeah.
then it's
all
going to
ugly.
be past turn.
But
It's
you
going to
like
be go to game 3.
every demonic world, right?
Yeah, every. And like half them aren't good here.
Just play the good one then. That's simple.
Yeah. Probably. That one. Alright.
Yes.
Hey,
Double
that's the good one.
double residence trigger.
Yeah, that's fine. You
Okay.
get to come back.
So we do have some blockers, right? We do have the ability to Bane. Bane block, which isn't bad. but we're also at the point where we can play another Shining Heart.
Half is fine.
Okay. Is Pierre a hero?
No.
Okay.
I believe he is just an archer. He's a 5 heroes, but that does not count.
Gotcha. Mm. You
Yeah.
have 11, 15, and 7. So 22% on board.
Yeah, 22.
Okay.
Is there a
Almost lethal.
Intimidate
Almost.
on field?
But you also have blockers, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Second Shining Heart answers the game here, though, because you just Shining Heart, burn for one,
will
and
pass from here.
apply the neg to the other, and then
Okay,
it's game
drop
over.
return.
Yep.
Ooh. Okay.
This is a good example of both
Before
decks just getting to
recovery.
do what they wanted to do.
Schrodinger.
Ooh.
Put a counter on the Lenneth.
Thinking.
Yeah, it's the other thing, too, is we can shoot with Pierre when he blocks. Yep, that's very true. Which makes sense, because we
Yeah,
didn't have
it's
to pop up the addition.
Okay. Both Schrodingers will trigger. I'm going to rest both of your residents.
Yep, and now the residents get tapped.
fine. Yep.
That's gonna be
Move to
game.
recover.
Okay.
Unless there's an Intimidate.
Start of main. Excalibur gets a counter.
Mm-hmm. You want to rest my residence again?
If only. Is Jameson gets correct. I am going to Judgment.
Okay.
Would you like to do anything to the enter?
I would like to know what it is.
Puts a stone into the field rested, and I redistribute the counters among entities I control.
Oh.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, so now we have a little bit of a lock. So,
Nope.
like,
Sounds good to me.
All right. Get that sage stone.
oh, and there was the
We're gonna
6 Sage
go
Stone.
2 here. Put him up to 3.
Yep.
And then we're gonna go 1 here and 1 here.
Yeah, so the Schrodingers are now protected by the
So
Lenneth.
everything's got swiftness and plus 200 attack, and heroes deal double damage.
Okay.
And everything with a counter, a guidance counter, has eternal.
Okay.
So I would like to move to combat.
Yes.
We're gonna swing in for 18 to the face with Scorching Hero.
Yep, that's gonna be 18 damage.
How about you make it 22 instead?
What's it do?
I'm just gonna give him more damage so I die faster.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thanks.
Anytime. Swing in with the Lenneth for game.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
we're going to game 4. Going to game 2. Yeah, not much interaction there. The Pierre on turn 1 was pretty good there.
Climactic of game 3.
Yep. This is out.
There are 28 minutes left on round.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, these games go fast. We both got OTKs.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is good example in game 1 and game 2 about what these decks are just trying to do optimally. It's a matter of who can set up what. The Pierres for Joseph make a lot of sense here.
They're all hard to see.
The
Yeah.
thing about
Do that.
the thing about Wolfgang is
Decide
that
one.
abusing the residents by playing demonic worlds from hand is what generates a massive amount of advantage early. Like you see, he's playing number 13s. I don't like those in this matchup. I don't like them in general in Wolfgang. It requires us to be ahead. I'd rather be playing a lot lower will curve cards to be able to play reactively and not have to be ahead in order to steal advantage from my opponent. I don't like that personally. It's an interesting choice to see here. I wonder what was in Joseph's mind when we went to that, Joey's mind when we went to that color combination.
I'll do the same.
Okay.
Don't need to get fancy about it.
Yeah, Pierre was a very good turn 1.
Fancy.
Is it? I didn't dress up for this event, did you?
No. I have a nice Magikarp shirt on. Does that count? The whole.
That is actually okay. You've won the fanciest dressed award here today. I don't think anyone can top that. Full coin.
Yeah, not sure if we really had much options. Like the best I could have really done is just like permafrost 2 things, but that's like kind of whack.
Kind of whack. I could have popped it with the Pier anyway.
Yeah, I know, but
So
at least you would have wasted those counters, and then I could have probably black ribboned the.
well, the thing is, you still had to
Okay.
survive a turn.
Yeah. I think it would have been slightly better than just going for the good stone and hoping that it would work. All right, I'm gonna start mulliganing.
So I have to see how things go here. Like if Wolfgang can pop off, it's very weird to see him take the coin
And
to give Excalibur the
yep,
coin.
I'm keeping 3 as well.
Excalibur
Back 2.
absolutely can just kill you 1/1 if they hit Sage Stone on the coin. And there's not a ton that Wolfgang can do to stop it unless we have Intimidate.
Okay.
Good luck to
But
you, sir.
we're not seeing
luck.
white come down.
All recover.
There's 06 Sage Stone.
Searcher 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
If only I was in black and I could play the Black Witch.
Yeah, this is
Going to
real
be a-
weird.
Goes graveyard. I'll gain 1,000. Go to 50.
Okay, choosing to
What, a
gain.
whale pond? Disappointed.
Can always get oil pond later.
But the thing is, you won't.
Why
You
not?
never get oil pond later. It's turn 1 or bust. You play it because out of necessity.
True. Nah, it saves me from witches. It does have
That's
a
fair.
use.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Then you could just play Garyons, right?
True.
So we'll draw for turn.
Yep.
Main phase will get that counter and produce white.
I have
From the
3
Call
white.
Stone.
We did not hit a 6 stone, but all of our will in our available is white. We got 4 white here, no 6 stone, so we're safe for now for Joey. Wolfgang gets to live for a turn with all this white available.
Actually, yeah. With our floating.
Probably see a
we're gonna play
Schrodinger.
Flute.
Oh, a flute. Turn
That's
1 into
the
1
mana
permanent.
dork, right?
That is correct. Is she all right? I guess she has to be.
Yeah, I got nothing for it.
Yeah. And I'll pass turn there. Go for it.
Okay.
Still 3 bill available.
And I'll untap.
Be sure to float will before we do anything else, Joey. Although void will doesn't make a ton, doesn't super huge for
I'll
Wolfgang.
produce a black and then call stone.
Sure.
Black
Okay.
green.
Black, search for a 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we searching for wins to recover?
Jewel.
Yeah, it's Jewel.
Yeah, that makes the most sense
There's never
because
been a
like
card here for Jewel.
we need Acheron.
Well, maybe Jewel's in my hand. Nah, not this time.
If Jewel was in your
Seems
hand,
at
I'd play
least-
Jewel.
Yeah.
Too good to not
Yeah.
play too. Half.
Okay, and then pass.
Passing turn.
Yep. Just gonna keep it nice and casual.
At the end of your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Schrodinger. Yep.
Yeah, it's fine.
Put it on there. Draw a card.
Do we see a second
Draw for turn.
Schrodinger?
Okay.
Nope, no second Schrodinger. We don't necessarily need it.
Recovery.
Second Schrodinger?
Schrodinger's call.
Oh, which can get us a hero.
Okay.
Search for a hero.
Because we're going to go to 3. Faria, I imagine, is probably the grab here.
Yeah, I wonder.
Rustin, as far as we know, he was playing 2 jewels. He said it during the match, I believe. He was playing 2. It's either Faria or Lenneth. I think that...
Is it the one that draws up to 16 cards or purchases 16 will.
Oh, you know.
I do think Fari is probably the grab here.
Yeah, we are going to go grab the Faria.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to bet on me hitting Sage Stone to go for an OTK.
Why not? That's exciting.
Because I don't play 4. How many would you like me to cut?
It's fine as is.
Yeah.
Can we
we're
leave
gonna
it
go for
there?
Anyway. Allegedly. Recover. Guidance 3. Drop a hero into the board. Any response to that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Necro
Necronomicon
barrier. Here we go.
Resonators you control.
So-
Don't do big things.
So I'm in this position where like you just don't drop the Lenneth, or you just don't drop the Faria. Just play a body.
Drop it still.
I mean, there's a world where maybe you do because it has swiftness and 1200 attack, but then you lose out on the draw. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the right play.
Yeah, we'll still drop it.
Oh, yep. Gonna go for the aggression.
Just because I don't see me casting it for 4 anytime soon.
Fair. And free damage. Why not?
Right? Callstone.
Okay.
A lot of white available for this deck right now.
Move to combat.
Okay.
We're gonna swing for 12.
Down to 38.
12 hurts.
Does it though? I mean, you gained 1,000, so you're only taking 2 really.
Yep. 38.
And then 3.
Down to 35.
Down to 35.
5.
It's going to come down to, it really does come down to whether or not, in this matchup, the way that Joey seems to have built his deck, it really does seem to have come down to.
And then we are going to throw down another flute. Because we're greedy like that. And pass turn.
Joe, you still there?
Yeah.
Joe
Oh,
P.
him.
Joe P, you still there?
Oh.
Your camera has frozen. This looks like it might be a disconnect, which would be a game loss. Give him a minute, because I can still see you moving. He's frozen for you as well.
Yeah, he's not moving.
I have paused time on round. Okay. I'm going to PM him 1 second.
Sure. This is your first on-stream disconnect.
Today. Yep, that is a disconnect. So we'll wait to see if he comes back. Because we do get to see if he has been doing the recording thing, right? So that was something that was publicly stated. He didn't say it at the beginning of the game, but he might have been. And if that's the case, then we'll still be paused. So I'll give him a minute to see if he comes back. And if he doesn't come back, then it will be a game loss for a disconnect. Okay, that has been 1 minute, so that will be a game loss. I'm going to go ahead and report it to the judges. And so you will have staff room. Going to...
So do I still need to report it in matches? Or
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'll yeah, just go ahead and report it here. I will thumbs up it. Actually, I'll report it. I'll go ahead and do it
Okay.
myself.
Sounds good.
Because he is completely disconnected from the server.
Wow.
So a real, like his computer must have exploded or something.
That is unfortunate. I'd like to finish that game. Alright, well, am I good to go then? I
You are
guess?
all set to go. Thank you very much.
Alright, thank you. All good.
Well, okay. Unfortunate. That turn was going to be pretty huge because that was going to be the turn where we get to see probably a Turbinus come down, and at which point we get to come back. So yeah, that'll be a disconnect game loss, unfortunately, for Joey pitching. And so the Faria goes and gets 2-1. So with that, we've got time. I think we have 20 minutes still left on round. Still lots of games playing as far as I can tell. So we're going to go ahead and bring up another chance for a promo. So I think Min has first dibs. So Min, if you're still here, we're going to go open on tap, and you can give us a chance to play against Carlina. Hungry Bucks to see if you can win it. So here it is. Getting it started. Hi, Joey. Unfortunately, you have a disconnect due to a game loss due to disconnect. Do you have your side recorded? Okay, I tried to reach back to you. Okay. Let me bring it up to the judges then, because I tried to message you and gave you some time, and I didn't get any response. So give me 1 second. Okay. So we'll have to bring that up, but the problem is he's already scooped up his. I'll have to talk to the judges about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, it's very real. I'm gonna talk to the judges. So.
So I believe I passed to you, and that was when you cut out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are moving into Joe's turn as we move out. Hey, so hello everybody in the stream. What has happened is there was a disconnect, but the rules of the tournament do allow for people to have recordings. Joe P was able to disconnect or get back to us as you heard on the thing, and we were able to verify that. So what we have done is we have used the field state of the stream to reconnect. These two players have agreed to the state of things as they stand with cards as they are. And so we are going to continue into this minute. We have 20 minutes left on the round in game 3 as we move into Joey P's turn. So thank you guys so much for coming back. We're going to see how this match plays out. It's 20 minutes remaining on the rounds. You may continue.
Okay, thank you. Draw for
Good luck, Joe.
turn. Good luck.
So we are back. Definitely
The
the
start of my hand being a mess, and I need help.
Yeah.
That is recovered.
we tapped without producing a color off of the Wolfgang. So that's going to search for Void, obviously. We need to get to a
Okay. So you have 2 3/1 drops and a 4-drop on board. Okay. 3 counters on that, so that it no longer triggers, besides being the judgment.
Oh.
And you have up to 4 will available to you.
That is correct.
Okay. Just doing that for myself because
Oh, absolutely. Especially after we disconnected.
yes.
So it'll be interesting to see here. Not seeing with no residence, it's going to be a little bit tricky for Joey to find his way to a terminus here, especially since we didn't see blue. We do have void access and everything else. It's just a matter of can we get to one? Because if we can, we're in a pretty good shape here. That's the biggest trick. Because like we saw in game 1, a terminus with being able to do tap downs is pretty huge.
I need to
Search for a 2-drop. Or play a 2-drop.
Player search for 2.
Oh, we are going to search for a 2-drop.
Okay.
With no blue in hand, it has to be terminus here, which is unfortunate. Thank you all so much for your flexibility here.
I'll grab Forest of Darkness.
Forest of Darkness being the grab.
So it's going to be putting -3/-3 to my board?
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. We need one more
Okay.
to be able to...
Half.
Okay.
One more to be able to get a neg-4 neg-4, which will kill the Schrodinger's and the flutes, which is pretty good.
Tap these for
A second jewel?
planes.
A
Or
planes.
Recover up to 4 stones. I'll recover 3.
That stone doesn't produce any color. It's a colorless stone. Charlie, we're good. We've reset.
Thinking.
If you let this go into the chase, your mana dorks will die. I mean, if you
Yeah.
let this leave the chase.
In response to the cast,
Yep.
We are gonna double white, and we are gonna go Charlotte. Any response to Charlotte? I guess you're tapped out.
Yep, none.
Yeah, and we're going to use Charlotte's ability, and we are going to play Dispelling Stone to destroy the forest.
Oof. Dispelling Stone to
Okay,
destroy the
that's
forest
pretty
here is
good.
pretty great.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I draw one.
You still get to recover 3 stones here,
I'll
which isn't
recover 3.
necessarily too bad. But we don't have any blue. Hey, Babatunde.
Yeah.
Good to see you, buddy. It's okay, bud. Glad to have you here in the chat. Oof. That's still pretty good here. Yeah, he did. He had the will for that. He used the 2 flutes for the Charlotte cast and then the other stone for the Dispelling Stone.
Honestly, I actually don't want to play this out any further. I've
No.
got drew double chasm.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, I'm so
Alright, well,
sorry.
So
Have a
that's
good one.
You too,
That-
man.
Let's talk about it. This is a great point. This is great. So let's talk about how white black red Wolfgang is so much different. You all bring up excellent questions. Green black Wolfgang taps itself out a lot more. It doesn't leave will open nearly as much outside of things sort of like cancels and everything else. White black red Wolfgang is so much more abusive and so much more utilitarian. There are some pretty razor cards. Let's talk about Residence, right? Let's specifically talk about Residence because she does so much work in this matchup, in this game. So, heart-to-heart talk only always produces one. Always only gets you one will, regardless of how many times you use it. It only always produces one in that sense. Residence of the Demonic World, a single Residence of the Demonic World, if you're playing it a little bit more utilitarian, is getting you, on average, 2 to 3 will per turn. Because especially since you're playing, you're very much more comfortable playing one-drop Demonic Worlds from hand, because you're playing things like, you're playing the Jewel from hand, you're playing the Token Generator from hand, you're playing Permafrost from hand, you're playing Oil Pond from hand, you're playing Graveyard from hand. All of these things are things you're very comfortable casting from your hand. Your one-drops in that color combination are great. So what you can do with this is you can go have the Residence, banish to produce 1, play a Demonic World from hand, bring it back, banish it to produce 2. Then you're getting a 2-drop off of that single Residence for 1 will. So you're essentially producing 3 will worth of Demonic Worlds for 1 off of the Residence. And then it keeps coming back later. So you get a lot more utilitarian. The Bane, the Body Bane is not relevant. Then we're also playing things in that nature as you're leaving will up during your opponent's turn a lot more consistently. And things like Raise and Revive. Things like Light of Raise and Revive are crazy here because if your opponent's trying to hit things like your Wolfgang or like your Terminus, then you have this to be able to bring it back. So it's also spot removal, which is great, and you can pay for half of this off of Cassius, or off of you can pay for half of this off of Jewel. And then you have things like this, Cassius. So first boon Excalibur Cassius. Let's talk about this card a lot in red-white. So the draw 3 mode, it's just incidental value that just sits there. You get to do a crazy amount of stuff with this card to be able to just draw 3 and have the flexibility of it, right? Imagine this hits a wolf, like imagine this hits a Jewel. Imagine this hits a 1-drop Demonic World. Then we're back to that situation of being able to use Residence and abuse it a lot more. We're also playing a lot of things in the main that give us alternative win cons to just playing Terminus, things like Virgil. Virgil's another way that you can absolutely abuse Residence, because what you can do is if you don't want to be able to get something on 1-drop on a turn that you're going to Judgment, you can Banish to produce, flip your Wolfgang, get an addition off the Wolfgang, bring back the Residence, kill your Wolfgang with Virgil, banish the Residence, produce 2, go get a 2-drop. So suddenly you can potentially not only get like a flipped Terminus to hit Swamp to discard their hand, then you kill Terminus, or then you kill Wolfgang, and then use the 2 to get Fallen Angel of Paradise, which then gets you a Terminus. So not only did you just clear their whole hand, but then you also slam their face in with a Terminus. And you can just go aggressive from there. We're also, in the main, we're playing Scorching Mountain Trails. Because we are playing life, you're also playing the outs to life loss, right? Some decks just can't deal with additions. So rather than trying to get too aggressive, you just sit on your additions and kind of play this control game to then suddenly Scorching Mountain Trails, and you have things like Salvation, revealing the power of Salvation. This is 1,000 damage to your opponent's face while you also gain a grand. And then we're also playing First Layer. Like, some decks you can literally just shoot for 40 and you don't even really need to because you're like chipping them down with other avenues too. So a biggest thing about Wolfgang that I think is a lot of people are pigeonholing themselves too much when the deck has so much creative flexibility, because you can also play things like, it's things like Garion to be able to kill the Black Witches or cancel stuff out, more so the kill stuff. We also have Fallen Angel of Black Tears. Fallen Angel of Black Tears is great because then you can like neg 4 with activate and cantrip and draw a card. It's a lot more, I don't have to be ahead for this card to be good, whereas Winds of the Demonic World, Wind of the Demonic World, I have to be ahead on Demonic Worlds for this card to be good. I don't play Crystallize. Don't play Crystallize. The other thing too is if the deck is so concerned about Black Witches, first boon Cassius also really helps with that because we're just going to dig. The thing about white, black, red Wolfgang that I think is so different is white, black, red Wolfgang totally doesn't mind playing Demonic Worlds from hand. Like, you're very comfortable just casting them because we want to be abusing Residence so much more. And so I think that gives you a lot of creative flexibility. It gives you a lot of in-game flexibility, and you can do some really, really silly things. Like, you're not trying to cancel. You're just trying to make it so that even if your opponent does resolve something, it doesn't matter. By like applying neg 24s to their board, by having a Virgil, by having the First Layer, by having the stop for life gain, by having the Acheron to stop swinging at your face. Like, stop things swinging at your face. And then, Jewel, obviously, is a fantastic card. Like, in my opinion, I think Jewel is the first Demonic World you grab. And if I'm on the draw and I see a Jewel on 1, I feel super good. Like, if I'll play it from hand and then go get a 1-drop from deck and feel super good about it. Cards absolutely bonkers. So those are my thoughts. We're gonna see what we have going on here in round 2. See what our kind of decks that are winning are as we get into round 4 of 5. Be back shortly. Thanks, guys. Hey, the rulers, just wanted to give you guys the heads up here. We have a wonderful little match between Daniel Negrete from Imperial Games playing, I believe, Carlina Dante versus David Hansen on the right playing Belial Astema. We are in round 4. These guys are both undefeated
Roger
into
that,
this
I'm going,
round. So they are going to actually choose to draw, but because they're such good sports, they're taking the draw, but we're going to play a nice little exhibition game for you all to enjoy here in round 4. So we've got a match to watch to see how this plays out, but note that both of these players are undefeated going into this round and are choosing to take the draw. So regardless of the outcome of this match live on stream, they will both be receiving 1 point and go into the final round XO1. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll let them know. I think they can hear me. I'll make sure. So yeah, the stream is all set. You guys are good. You do not have a timer on the round because you have chosen to do an exhibition and taken the draw. So when you guys are all ready, enjoy your games, and I'll be commentating over here in the background.
Sounds great.
Excited to see how this goes. Definitely, Carlina Dante, definitely a much different deck than the
Yeah,
Carlina
halfway.
Asmodeus.
How about
And
you?
then,
I'm fine.
David, what are your rulers, if you mind showing me, please?
Sure, it is Estema Belial.
Astema Belial, just making sure for the sake of life total tracking. Thank you.
No problem.
So David H starting at 2 grand life.
Would you like to do a high roll, 2d6?
Yep. Yes, sir.
8.
10. I will be going first.
Yes, sir. Okay.
And let's see how this goes.
I will cycle 1.
Typically, this Astema Belial deck is kind of just a
And you are
mid-range good.
Dante
Carlina.
Carlina.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right, whenever you're ready.
Draw my 1.
Yes.
Let's see how this goes. I'm very excited.
Alright, we're going to go ahead and call stone with Estema.
Sounds good.
6 Sage Stone.
Yes.
We can produce a darkness with a 6 Sage Stone.
Okay.
Ooh, choosing
And I'm going to
dots.
go play Dark Alice Smile.
Oh, we missed a trigger off of the.
I'll respond to that cast.
Absolutely.
I will tap Carlina and produce white-green to play Awakening of the Winged Lord.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
I will choose to look at the top 4 and put a 2-drop non-chant into play.
Okay.
Okay.
Awakening of the Wicked Lord off of a Carlina. Not a card that I've seen.
And, I only hit Rhea.
Oh,
Okay.
so then,
Enter Rhea. Triggers.
Yep. Search your deck. Shuffle your deck. Cut it in half.
Yes. Okay, sounds good. I will put a Castle of Beatrice into my graveyard.
Oh yeah.
yeah, pretty traditional. What Mikage
Actually,
Rhea
one
is
of the
sending
cards
to
I'm
bed.
playing for today is that Mikage Rhea.
And then I will cut my deck in half and your smile goes through. And I
Roger that.
have
Oof.
only target
Is number 13. There is that Virgil.
Yep. We'll go ahead and remove number 13 from the game. You have Izanami, Virgilus, and Greyon.
Yes.
Sounds good. And then I will pass turn.
So I think there's a world here where because we get to skip recovery, you actually use Energize. We can't call Stone after.
Stone with Dante.
Yeah, we can't call Stone after we Judgmented. Oof. Okay. So we don't get the.
Combat.
We're just gonna swing in for 4.
Sounds great.
Attempt to swing 4 into you.
So he's gonna take it.
I'll take it.
4,400 to 16.
I'm at 26. Or I'm at
Oh,
14.
that's right. You are.
Or 16.
You are.
1,000.
Thank you.
Yep.
No problem.
And then
16, you're at 40. You go to 44.
Yes, I think I'll just pass turn.
Pass
Yeah,
turn.
with what's in that hand, I'm not particularly surprised. We do have Energize for green, so
turn.
we do have Carlina potential here. That Virgil's going to come down next turn and do a lot of pressure
Card.
here, which is
You can
going to
use
be
a stamina to call
difficult.
Stone.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we have a Belial's rule in hand.
Erythropia,
Erythropia.
Bloodstone.
Are we going to see like if there's a score in here to steal the Virgil? But the problem is there we have the Izanami to be able to cheat it back, which is a little bit nuts.
We're gonna go ahead and judgment Belial.
Oof, this is a very
Belial is
knowing that there is a Virgil there. I don't understand
Judgment Belial. I get 2
unless he has his own Virgil, maybe.
correct.
Fallen Angel flying 4/4s,
Mhm.
and I will proceed to pass turn.
Okay.
Dolphin turn.
This is an interesting start to this particular matchup, knowing that there's a Virgil there with will to be able to nuke the board for 4. Because we can
Call. So,
Calling
Stone
Stone
has
with
been called.
Dante. Get to recover it.
in response to the 6/6 age, I will tap Carlino to produce green black.
Are we hard casting a Garion?
Use the green black to judgment Carlino.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
And we're
I
gonna
will attempt to cast Virgilus by sacking
Carlina?
Ascalene. Yes.
Yep. So now we're
Sounds
gonna
good.
do a
Go
bunch.
into combat.
Combat eye.
Attempt to swing 10 into you.
I will go ahead and Estema for searching for Inferno. Put it into my hand. God's Art.
In response, I kill you here.
And
Oh nope. Nope. I would murder you in response to that. That's a misplay, unfortunately, from Daniel's part. If he had done it in response, Belial doesn't currently have a God Art.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't have Belial's God's Art, you literally have 5 will.
I'm doing it mostly so I can see.
So
So
that we can just
the room's dark, but it's perfectly lit for
16.
you guys. For me, it's a little blinding.
So like you have currently 2,000 damage worth of Virgil damage right now. So in
Or would you like
response
to cut
to that God's Art, you just burn him for 10. Or you burn him for
Okay.
that damage because you haven't resolved the God's Art yet, and Belial's not Judgment's Ed, or Belial doesn't have a God's Art on that side. So that's just game over.
Would you like to block it or take it? I'm guessing.
I God's Arted, so I can't. I take no damage this
Right.
turn, and I can't lose.
I know. So before damage
block.
is dealt, I will attempt to God's Art Carlino,
No.
Sounds good.
and then I will pay a black to shoot your field
Okay.
with Bane.
And drain. So he will gain a grand total of 12 here. So he goes
and
up to
that is
5,600.
J-Resenders, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a
gain
mistake
12 life for that.
You go to.
because now we have access to a
56.
Belial God's Art.
Yes. And then I will just pass the turn.
All right. Draw for turn.
Yes, sir.
Recover.
Before recovering, I will attempt to shoot you for 4. Using Virgil.
With Virgilus. Yep.
Yes.
What's
Go to
that
12?
happen? Goes down to 12.
And then I will produce 2 black and do it again. Attempt to shoot you using one of the floating black.
Okay.
Goes down to 800.
So I go from 2 to 4.
Yeah, shoot you one more time. So.
Goes down to 4.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
Recover.
Mhm.
Allow to call a stone.
Yes, sir.
What are we doing here? What is the play to get out of this?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I've used her God's Art.
Yeah, so we have the Erythropia Stone. So we can recharge our God's Arts. I don't really know what the point of trying to shoot him there was. I mean, other than putting him down to 4.
Dark, light.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and play Wings of Light and Dark
Sure.
with Awakening of White.
Yes. Targeting Ray, I'm guessing.
Yes, targeting Rhea. Remove Rhea from the game.
We get to gain that 12
and then I
back.
gain 12
So-
life.
so
Go back to 16.
Go back up to 16.
So
Because
in
Lumia
response-
comes into the field.
In response to the enter ability of Lumia,
Okay.
I will attempt to shoot you for lethal.
I'll go ahead and Belial God's Art.
Sure.
Draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
So go back up to
So I
16.
take no damage.
Correct. And the enter goes off, so you're back at 12.
This is
Back at 16.
16.
Because you did 4.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, you did 4 3 times. Yeah.
this is very. The reason why he can't use Energized Wind is because there's that Belial God's Art there.
And then I will go ahead and pass turn.
But at this point in time,
Draw for turn.
yeah, we just have to swing.
Go ahead.
Go into recovery.
All you have to do is just call Stone with Dante, and you win the game. If that's a 6-8 Stone, you win the game. Even then, you still win the game.
Time to swing 10 into you.
I will go ahead and break Eutropia.
In response to
Yeah,
that,
that's lethal.
I will shoot you for 4.
Okay.
Shoot you for 4 more.
Okay.
Shoot you for 4.
Okay.
And make 2 more black and shoot you 1 more time for lethal.
All right. Game
Yep.
2.
So that'll be going into game 2. Yep. Early Vlad's pressuring the God's Arts of Belial is a big thing. Which is one of the reasons why Prideful Rule, like you respond to the casting of a Dante or a Virgil with the God Art, use 1, and then Prideful Rule it. Yeah. It's all about the ways you punish Belial decks is you always leave yourself abilities to respond to the God's Arts for more damage, so the God's Art really isn't doing much, which is why Virgil's kind of a really good tool against them, because they just it's just a Vlad that you can just repeatedly activate. So we'll have to see exactly what comes out here. I don't really think there's nothing necessarily much that needs to change for the Carlina Dante list. I bet David's feeling pretty relaxed since this is a draw either way, but it's fun to be
Alright,
able to show
I
you
am
guys kind of what
citing
these 2
out
decks are
3.
doing.
Okay. I did 2.
Citing in 3.
Okay.
You did how many?
2.
Okay.
Would you like to cut my decks again?
Yes, I would like to cut half.
Okay. And would you like to go first or second?
I will go second.
Sounds good. And you're fine on your side. I won't cut it.
Okay.
So let's see how this goes.
All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How it reads, by destroy a resonator that has or shares the highest shield cost among all of your resonator your opponent controls. You gain life equal to its total.
Hearing another Force of Will game in the background.
1.
It's always fun. The Table Manners was cast. Oof. Hard mollify for David. Or for Daniel.
Whole lot of hand and no.
Oof. That's not much better. Okay.
So
Alright,
this is
you
pretty
lead,
good.
sir.
Having the coin here is pretty good because we have access to turn 1 Prideful Rule, which is, like I said, pretty good. Ooh, especially since we...
Virgil?
Yes.
Dante?
This is pretty
Yep.
good. If there is a Virgil here, we let the Virgil happen, and you let them
There is
cast a Virgil, and then kill the Virgil. That's what you want to do here, because then what happens is as Carlina goes into her turn, or David Hansen goes into his turn, he can just swing with the token. and he takes 0 damage from the Virgil and just answers it. He does have to deal with the Izanami though. This is something that a lot of the Carlino decks have been playing a lot more. The like Virgil turbo decks. Is sort of like if you kill, I'm just gonna bring it back next turn, but then uncancelable because it's an automatic activate ability.
Virgil by Astral.
It is successful.
Okay. Do we have a prideful rule?
Okay.
10 to swing 10 into you?
Response.
Yes.
Pop coin for prideful rule, or prideful fire, either one.
Light.
Yes, that is a prideful rule.
I will play Prideful Rule to destroy him.
Sounds good.
I get a 4/4 Angel.
Correct.
So 6/6 fallen angel token.
You want to trigger your Astema?
Astema, I was actually going to go for a draw.
Okay. Good.
Drawing card off of Astema because something
Alright,
died.
then beginning of turn.
Draw for turn.
Mhm.
So this, I mean, like that's the kind of ideal start that Astema Belial wants to see, and we just want to be playing like reactive token generating
Call Stone
cards.
with Belial.
Yes.
You throw up Yes Stone.
Keep things
Stone.
cleared. Ugh, that's not a good stone to see here, because now we don't have answer to the second Virgil.
Dark Alice Smile.
Ooh, okay. Choosing to get a little bit greedy with the Dark Alice's smile. Look at that hand of resonators.
No legal targets, but we have 2 more Virgilis.
Yes. A Sigurd, a Geryon, and a
Black
Grass.
Matter.
That is a rip of a hand.
Have Carlina to produce 2 green.
I think you don't swing here. Maybe you do.
Swing 6.
I will take the 6.
Yeah, it goes down to 34.
He dealt play up to 2 target entities destroyed.
Yeah, this isn't. I mean, this
34.
isn't too bad. So, like, with that hand, knowledge, like the best we can see
Turn has been
is
drawn.
a Virgil cast. The Brad's pretty dead here.
Covered. Call Stone with Dante.
If we it didn't hit a 6 siege stone here, so the best optional play here is to,
To Judgment Carlina.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we're gonna do this so that we can play a 2-cost Virgil and have a 2-drop worth of board wipe.
I will attempt to cast Virgilus by Astral.
Virgilis it is.
Combat.
Combat it is.
Swing for 10 at you.
Okay. Before damage is dealt, I'm going to go ahead and Belial.
I will respond to the Belial. And God's Art Carlina.
Okay.
And if that's successful, then I will attack.
That draws you 2 cards.
It does if I put a 4
Oh, 4-drop, yeah.
or higher, pretty much a Resonator or addition. Well, it wouldn't do anything. I'm just doing it to give
You're
Virgilus
Bane
honor.
Drain.
Yeah, and then I will tap to make two black.
Yep.
And shoot your field and yourself for 4.
Okay. So you gain 4, go to 38. I go to
So yeah, in response to this Belial,
16?
in response to Belial God's Art, we're doing stuff.
Token 2.
So he gains 12, so it goes up to 4,600.
Puts me to 12,
Then
42, 46.
he takes 4, goes down to 16.
Virgil will do 10 damage to you.
Virgil does nothing because
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah, you got that.
He's
yeah,
leaving the
I'll just
1
press
floating. Oh, did he
Okay,
take?
no worries, no problems. All right, draw to start my turn.
So it goes down to 12.
Did you draw for the God Art?
Yes.
Okay.
Should be at 5,000.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
You're right.
go ahead. Yeah.
Looking at a number of cards in hand.
Daniel, just to confirm, did you use Virgil twice?
Yes, I did.
Yes, he did.
Okay, cool. So total life totals right now should be 5,000 to 1,200. Oh no, I
4,600
I
and
can
1,200.
count. It's 4,600.
Yeah,
I counted too many things on David's side of the field.
No worries.
Okay. All right, we're gonna use Belial to call us down.
Sounds good.
Get to recover Belial.
Yes.
But the fact that we have another Virgil, like this is the same kind of situation where like the we have to be able to answer the Virgil. The problem is we know there's the third Virgil in hand, And so like it's this weird state of like our God's Arts just aren't enough because he always has the way to be able to respond
Master.
it. And I think that's what people have realized is kind of the weakness of Belial in the mirrors, the Fallen Angel mirrors, is that like sometimes late game Virgils just like aren't enough.
Sounds good.
Call Stone with Dante.
Sounds good.
So like you just float double black here.
Attempt. Trigger for the 6 stage. I will tap Carlina to make 2 floating black.
Yeah, this is lethal.
Cover.
Like we have 7 available. We need to hit you 3 times.
All right.
We swing with the.
Swing 10 into you.
If we do the Astema God's Art in response to the Astema God's Art, we just burn you to death because you have to successfully
I
resolve
will
the
go
God's
ahead
Art
and a Stemma God's Art for Inferno.
in
I'll respond
response.
to the God's Art.
'Kay.
And shoot you for 4 with 1 of floating black.
Okay. Yeah.
Goes down to 800, and you just do this
Puts me to
burn 1 at a time.
And then I'll shoot you again.
Puts me to 4.
And I'll attempt to do lethal with 1 more.
I will go ahead and crack the Stone of Euthropia.
I will
That
respond
token has
by-
been. Could have cracked that sooner. Oh well.
And then I'll respond by shooting you for lethal to that guy.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so
thanks, guys. You guys have already reported. Thanks for the fun little exhibition. Good luck in your last rounds. You
Thank you.
because you guys are both undefeated going into this round, right?
Correct.
Well, good luck. And well, at this point in time, congrats on your top 8. But good luck in your last round for seeding.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure.
it was.
Okay, we've got plenty of time left on round to make up for the fact. So, Minha, I hope you're still here because it's time to see who can beat. Let's play Who Can Beat Hungrybox. So we're going over to Hungrybox here. We're gonna have some fun. If you want to play a game of Wanderer against me right now, I think Min has first dibs to see if you can take a game off of Hungrybox here in Wanderer. So Min, good luck if you're here. Otherwise, the first person to want to hop in here for an exhibition game can be more than welcome to join us. We have 39 minutes left on the round, so plenty of time to even maybe jam a couple of these games. I have a full bottle of water and I'm ready to go with 1 round left to go. So first person to hop in, like we said before, if you want to try to play a game against Hungrybox, this is a Wanderer game. If you are able to take a game, are you able to win a game, I will mail you a random GP promo wherever from this season, wherever you live. I don't care where it is, I'll pay for it. So first one to hop in, join us. Hope you guys have been enjoying today. We've been having a good time. These have been some fun matches to watch. Nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary, but kind of expected at the end of the season. It's really, really good. Nobody wants to take on the challenge. No one wants to try. Just hop on Untap and see if you can give me a chance. I'm going to come back to interview while I wait until someone hops in the game. So, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. A lot of the things that we're seeing right now, I'm curious to see what changes after this season. There's a lot of things coming in. Like you think about what we're doing right now with these Carlina decks is, I wonder kind of what these decks look like. They're using a lot of the cards that they've been kind of capitalizing on to be able to recycle things like Virgil. Like they don't have Raise and Revive anymore. They don't have Izanami anymore. That's kind of a big piece to be able to revive him from the game. The game. So, you can't bring it back. We're suddenly getting the ability to cancel, like with Kaguya, right? Or like how good our aggressive deck's going to be, or like constantly reanimating something with Odin. So it'll be very interesting to see competitively how the loss of dual stones potentially re-impacts these guys. 6 Sage Stones and dual stones, I think, really help. Really help the Fallen Angels, because their decks can be super greedy color base wise, especially with things like Ataraktia's Memoria, where they have a 3-color stone. It kind of forces them to play Dante X so that they can play Stan, so that they can play the Stan stone if they really need to, if they want to continue to be that greedy, which I'm not entirely sure if they can considerably stay that greedy. But it is an option for them, so it's very curious to see what is going to come out of that, and also just like with what else is going to be in the set, what other things we might see brought to the forefront, right? So like, if we're talking about what I want to see out of, so as Game of Gods comes out, as Alice Cluster rotates, my ideal for the competitive environment, not that we're going into competitive season, it's the end of a season, I want to see tags lose some oomph because of the loss of duels. I want to see the environment that's more predicated on single safety, secondary comfort, maybe splash third color ideas for singleton rulers to really kind of bump up. I'm talking things like Celesta, I'm talking things like Oborozuki, I'm talking things like Wolfgang 2, I'm talking things like Olivia, those kinds of things. I want them to kind of bump up, and then I want the new rulers to also be good. What we're seeing right now, and kind of what we've heard from the players overseas who have already kind of pivoted themselves to cluster into going to the next set, is that we're seeing that kind of response, is that we are seeing tag rulers get a little capped. We're seeing singleton rulers getting a little bit more matchup specifically boosted. And that's on top of support that we have coming up. And then you see things like Mistletoe, right? Mistletoe just being like a Virgil deck. No, stuff like that. Really potentially very good. So lots of options here, lots of cool things. I'm going to go help out on judge calls because we got quite a bit of time left in the round, but we'll be back soon. Thanks, guys. Okay, we're back. Min's finally here. We got time. We still got games that are being played here, so we got another little exhibition here. He's trying to see if he can take down Hungrybox. Let's see how it goes. With Asmodeus, Carlina. Let's see how it goes here as we wait for game 3. We both rolled 19s. I rolled an 8. He rolled an 11. I will be going second. Dun, dun, dun. This feels pretty good. We're going to send this to bottom, this to bottom, and this to bottom, and draw 3. Good luck, Min, as we go on here to see if your deck can beat me in Wanderer. First turn, Erythropia. Do we see a turn 1 play? We do. Harvesting Season from hands. Okay, I'm not going to respond to that. Interesting. Milling 10. I'm curious to see what we're doing here. Ah! Schrodinger's. That makes sense. Draw for turn. Recover. Call stone with Belial. Draw to play. And then we'll go ahead and just cast Araya. And send our Castle of Beatrice to grave. And then we'll pass turn to you, man. This does very much seem like a Min deck. Double black. Or not. I should be at 2,000. You're correct. Playing a 4-drop. Castle of Carlina. I have no response. You're good. I wonder if we're searching for a Garion. Oh, a Trow. That makes sense. And a turn. We're going to go ahead and flash in this. And we're going to draw. Recover. Call Stone Belial. Draw to play 6 Sage Stone. And we're going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to go ahead and play a Garion. And then we'll go 15 at you. And then pass turn. So this feels pretty solid. Having the Garion of limit is 1 drops for EC to be able to protect my Garion. Something to be able to block. 6 Sage Stone. Finally getting to see some recovery potentially here. Sounds good. Double black. What's going on here? My stuff's not cancelable, but that's okay. Just changed number 13 into a removal spell with Pharesia. That's the biggest thing here. That's very nice. What do we got, man? Using... that's fine. One black floating. What do we got? Okay, great. Combat phase. Carlina does fly. Deals damage to a J Resonator. It deals double that much instead. We'll attempt to go in for 4. $15. In response to God's Arts. We're going to go ahead and prideful rule the Carlina for a full 3. Get that out of the way here. Double Erythropia is not going to do much here. Cool, great. We get a Fallen Angel token. Carlina is dead. Finish resolving God's Art. And then 15 goes through to face. And at this point in time, it should be lethal. Because we have exactly what we need with Pharesia. And we've got green cards to shoot any blockers. So this should be another win for the Box of Hungry. So 6 for lethal. GG. And we've done it. Yeah, I figured the hand was full of 1-drops. Yep, and that's one of the things here. Hungrybox gets there once again. Hungrybox gets there once again, and that's one of the things of like when you're in that matchup of cards like Pharesia. I adore this card. I think that this is, especially in the Wanderer format, I think this card is insanely good. Anything that just becomes this repeatable like shooting is just crazy. The other thing about Hungrybox is like we don't really care about our life total being over 2 grand. Because we're only playing 5 cards in the deck that care about our life total, being the 4 Prideful Rules and the 1 Prideful Mage, and it's a 1 of Prideful Mage, so we can search it off of Trow. It doesn't come up very often, but there have been games where that works, which feels really good when it resolves. And then the other one being the Prideful Rule is we have so much will that casting 3 at instant speed to try to kill something just also feels great. And in that one particular instance, like he just his only 2 stones were only 2 stones that he had remaining because of his floating will and then just not doing anything with it was 2 black. And so there's nothing there. There's nothing in that space that a barrier off of Pharesia to the Garion that he's trying to target, plus the Garion locking down 1-drops, isn't just going to resolve. So feels pretty good. Hungrybox taking down another victim on stream. That was fun games, Min. Thank you very much. Or fun game, Min. Thank you very much. The harvesting season with the Schrodingers, that's a very Minha kind of thing, and I dig that a lot. But then that's why we played the Garion, because we just didn't want to have to deal with that. We wanted to set that up, to stop it right there, and you gave us the opportunity. So we went for it. So that is it. We are about to get started. We have a few more games here. It looks like just 2 more games still playing. So we will be back shortly with our last round. Thanks, guys. so the stream can see us. Hey there, everybody. We're here for final round. We have David Roskind on Welser versus Corey. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Corey.
Yeah, it's Haroff.
Corey Haroff playing as Modius Carlina, rocking it back. So we are going to go ahead and get started here. You guys, just as a reminder, you have an independent time clock from the rest of time. You have an hour from my time clock, and I'll let you know when to get started. You could ask for what the time on round is at any time, and then we'll go from there. So you guys both ready?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Let's go ahead and determine who's going to go first, and then I'll start our timer.
High roll, yes.
Yeah, high roll's fine. I'll roll these two.
Oh, I'll reroll that.
Yes, please. Go ahead and re-roll back on
I'm
screen.
gonna have to reroll that. That's all.
Yep. We have a 7 from David.
Oh, I got a 7 as well.
Rerolls again.
All right.
6 and 6. Roll a third time.
Third time's the charm.
8
If we match
and
again, we get an
6. 8 and 6. So Corey will be going first. Okay, you guys.
Corey will have the choice. Or
You
no,
do not.
no, he
You
gets
do
to
not
choose.
have choice. You just get to go first. So you guys have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to our last round.
Could you please cut your deck? Magic
for sure.
Stone deck 3, main deck 5.
Main deck 5. Okay, I'll do the main
Yeah.
deck first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm very excited for what's
And
what we're
magic
about to
Stone.
witness.
Yep.
From what I've been told, this is going to be very, very quick.
For you, let's just do 4 and 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm curious to see exactly how quick this goes.
1, 2,
I've heard terrifying things about what this looks like, and it potentially can top
draw
8
opening hands.
here from this.
Oh, I don't have that open anymore. Well, that's fine. Oh wow, Welser, huh?
How many are you gonna mulligan?
Let's do 1.
I think you'll be very, obviously, as you see it at the top here, we have Welser Matchsticks. This is winning in. These are guys that are X1.
I'll mulligan 2.
Winner of this will,
Alright, I'm gonna mulligan 5.
winner of this will get, should top 8. So there's a very real chance that based on how this goes, this Welser deck actually top 8s. Welser Matchsticks the last potential opportunity for it to top 8 suddenly gets there.
Alright. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes,
All right,
Welser
go ahead and
Matchsticks
start.
is in contention. Apparently, its
have my
Belial
first
matchup is
roll.
insane from what we've been telling
Okay.
people. So,
What stone have you called?
Carlina, or the 6H stone. I will target Carlina. I will float double black and untap her.
double black from the
I'll pay 1 black with the 6H stone.
turn 1 Virgil.
And I'm going to attempt to cast Battle Comes to an End.
Oh no,
Let
this-
me look that card up real quick.
Yeah.
this is potentially very not good if we do not have something to stop it. Because the question comes down to, does Corey think about what this deck could be, and does he just call it?
Alrighty. That can resolve.
Okay. I'm going in totally blind. I have no clue what's in your deck. But I'm gonna go ahead and call just so we're on the same page. Because I'm not 100% sure of the name. I think it's Lycion, the edition.
Lycion
When
the
you play
edition.
3 spells.
Alright, and you search my hand and deck.
Yes.
Okay.
Oof. Unfortunate
My
call
hand
here.
has 0 copies.
Oh my god.
My
What?
deck has 0 copies.
What the hell?
Matchsticks.
Oh no.
Unfortunate. There was a
Oh,
real
I was not
chance.
expecting that.
There was a real chance for that game to
I
just
guess
be
it makes
over.
sense though, huh?
Yep.
Oh, dude, that is. Okay. All right. Oh wow. Okay, I'll pass to you.
Alright. I'll start by drawing.
Uh,
Did you want me to cut my deck after seeing that it's...
oh no, no.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
I'm gonna call it stone.
Wow.
We've got a fire magic stone.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
And I'm gonna ping you for 200 with the matchstick.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll go down to 38.
38.
Does he
Yeah,
have
not running Belial today.
does he have
If
a
I
s-
If I knew that, I would have just.
You would have just won.
does he have a second
Oh my
battle
God.
comes to an end his
I'm gonna
hand is the
pass.
thing.
Alright, I'll drop a turn.
Although this does mean that game 2 and 3 are practically unwinnable,
What am I supposed
unfortunately.
to do here? Oh, my hand is not accustomed for this.
So just like game 2, we just like try and call magic matchsticks and play the game, unfortunately. So it's a little unfortunate that he played against a Carlina.
Carlina?
What stone did you call?
I called a 6. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I called a 6H stone.
And okay, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'm gonna target.
Yeah, he just
Carlina.
hard bolt in turn 2 and 3.
I guess I'll do double black and on tapper.
Or if he has another
Guess I
battle
can
comes to an end right now.
I'm going to not do that first. I'm going to tap both of my 6H stones and Carlina. So that gives me 6 black.
Okay.
I am going to God's Art Carlina. And I'm just going to play a Fallen Angel of Black Tears.
It's using one too much well.
Yeah, and as she resolves, Carlina's effect will draw me 2 cards.
Okay. What is the fallen effect on Osmodius, I think?
The Fallen effect? He didn't have any Fallen effect.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll drop you?
Yep.
What?
1, 2. Alright. Go for it.
Ending your turn?
Yes.
Alright.
So
I'm gonna matchstick you.
400,
400.
down to 34,
4. Down to 34.
and then recover the stone,
After that resolves and Welser on taps, I'm gonna matchstick you.
down to 28.
Thanks. To 28.
Yes.
Dude, are we just dead
I
here?
will go to begin my turn.
You got it.
I will draw. Do you have any? What do you have mana-wise up?
I am
Or
tapped
stone-wise?
out. Can you just kill me?
Tapped out. Okay. Welser recover. Welser calls stone.
Yep.
Matchstick for 8.
Down to
Take 8. Yeah.
800.
Welser on taps. You're at 20.
12. Yeah. Wow. Oh my god.
Yep, that's the game.
Oh,
and that will
Lord.
be a matchstick
Okay.
lethal on turn going
That
into
is
game 2.
ridiculous. Okay. The more you know, huh?
Well,
All right. Sideboard time.
Yeah. Let's.
so now here's
go
the
on.
question, right? Yeah, Belial has a real hard time
Man,
against
I got
it.
a juicy sideboard right here. 15 cards.
Oh,
Going
nice.
right in.
Wonder what they are.
I got the perfect stuff for this matchup.
Okay.
I'm very
Ready?
I'm
Alright.
curious to see. I mean, the match
Take out 15.
it just becomes it just
That card's real good. That card will stay.
it just becomes hard mull for
I
battle
had
comes
to
to
do
an
this
end.
on stream.
This is ridiculous, man.
Yeah. That's
Short target, yes.
Well,
yeah. We just hard mull for battle comes to an
I
end, and
now
if that
know
resolves,
that,
it
like,
loses.
you can just kill me on turn 1, so
Yeah, I mean, that's
Pretty close
really
to
my
it
only.
anyway.
But I am 60 cards, so it's really awkward.
Oh, that's true. He's an Asmodeus,
Yeah.
so he's got 60 cards. So if he's not running, I mean, if he's
Oh,
running 4 copies, he could just
golly.
not see it. So I'm assuming 2 more come into it just to make sure. Yeah, you just hard mull for battle comes to an end.
1.
That's the matchup. What a way to end an exciting finish for our top cut here. And if Matchstick somehow makes its way into final cut,
Doing it totally blind. Wonder why.
1. I didn't do it blind. I
Oh, did
looked
you
through
not?
my
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, you're
I
just counting. Okay.
I properly smoke screened. That's 15 cards out of the
No,
main
you
deck
got
into
it,
the
man.
side.
okay. Or play Red Witches. Yeah, or play Red
I want
Witches.
to change my ruler with one of the ones in my sideboard. Oh man, I really want to make top 8 so that everyone has to look at this masterpiece of a deck list.
I mean, honestly. Yeah, if you win this, you got it, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh
Like
man.
this should be pretty determinative of top 8.
I guess it all comes down to how you cut my deck and my what I draw, huh?
Your luck, yeah.
Yeah, my luck. Oh man.
This is hilarious to me that this is where we end it, and it's such a great way to end it.
Shit, where did I energize? Oh, it's still on it because I don't use it or didn't use it.
I like this a lot.
How would you like me to cut?
Let's do 4 and 4 again.
All right. And I'll also hit you for 4 and 4 when you're ready.
All right. I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, this is. I enjoy this quite significantly. But this is what we get to do for the last
Oh,
one.
man. You ready?
Ready.
I lost. I guess I'll go. I guess I get an extra draw if I go second. I'll go second.
You'll go second.
He's
Okay.
gonna take the
I'll throw this
chance.
will coin away. All right. know what? I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm not mulliganing.
Oh wow, that's some confidence. I will bottom 5.
Yeah, we're just gonna mill 5. We're gonna see exactly what happens here.
True secret. Jeremy told me not to play this deck
Oh man.
on stream
All right, go for
multiple
it.
times.
yeah,
Did you
yeah.
say how many you were mulling?
I mulliganed all 5.
All 5? Okay.
Yeah, and I drew 5 more.
Okay, so I'll start.
Yep.
Comes down to,
Okay.
did he see battle comes
Call
to
a
an end
stone.
in those top 11
It's a
cards?
Firestone. 200 matchstick.
Take 200. Oh, draw for turn? Yes?
Let me
yeah.
let me untap that. And
Oh, you
you're
got
good.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
My
He gets
draw.
one draw. He gets to see 11 cards.
Oh boy, Callstone?
Did not see it, from what we can tell.
What stone did you call?
I called a magic stone of black silence.
Okay.
How many cards do you have in hand? 4?
I have 4 cards in hand.
Okay, I guess I gotta do this the other way, huh? I'm going to pay black, energize for black, produce 2 back with Carlina, and God's Art Carlina.
Okay.
I'm gonna play a Corpse Eater Dragon.
He doesn't have it.
An ETB of you discard 2.
That's the game.
Okay. Let me. Are
That's-
they my choice?
Yes.
Huh.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be a hard choice, I'm sure.
Yeah, Garion could stall
I
it.
will discard 1.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Awesome. I will draw 2 because of Carlina.
Yeah, this makes sense because he just didn't see it, so he's just trying to draw.
And I will pass. And I will put I guess you can't see it, but I will put a dice on my Carlina to signify that it's got
Yeah,
it.
Garion would win this for sure. Didn't have it
I
though.
can actually see it on just a bit of a delay.
Okay.
Yeah, I will draw.
Alright.
Oh, he didn't.
We'll recover.
Uh-huh.
We will call a stone.
He's got 3 matchsticks. First one's gonna deal 8.
And I'm gonna go ahead and matchsticks you for 2, 4, 6, 8.
Takes him down to 30.
I'll take 8.
Down to 30.
Recovers him a stone.
Oh my god.
Oh shoot.
You're all good.
Next one's gonna hit him for 10 and then 12. He needs to draw a
I will
matchstick.
pass turn with 2 cards in hand.
Oh, do I just lose here? Oh man.
Unless the top deck of
I
it.
will draw for turn.
A Garion would stop this. Like a Garion wins the
Yeah.
game as well.
This is so sad. Callstone with Osmodeus.
Okay.
Oof. No,
Please,
no
someone
Garion this turn.
It is a Erythropia Bloodstone.
I don't know what that does offhand.
That it is produce black. I can tap it and banish it until end of turn or until end of game. I may play God's Arts again. Unfallen Angel ruler.
Oh, okay, yeah.
An
So-
additional.
Like you swing with Corpse Dragon.
God.
It's just the game. I can't believe it.
I will. Yeah, I guess you just kill me in response, right? Oh man. How sad. I will pay 2 with Carlina, and pay 1 with Erythropia, and I'm just gonna play a Virgilus.
You
Play
can.
Virgilus. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see what this man does.
So you have Fallen for Asmodeus to make it bigger and drain, so that's actually pretty relevant.
Search Virgil. That didn't get it. God. It's VER, right?
VERG, yes.
The rebel against the demon.
This is the fact that it has drain is insane. That's the biggest part here. Like he can, like if he notices that he can just use his. Because the other thing is too, is Asmodeus God's Art, it's gonna like suddenly
did you
make it a
God's
lot
Art this
bigger.
turn?
No.
No. Okay.
He needs one more card in hand to win.
Okay.
Alright, he resolves?
Yep.
Alright, I guess I'll go to combat.
Unless Corey punts
I
here
guess I'll swing with Virgilus.
I will matchstick the Virgil.
for 10.
That's 12 damage, right?
It's 10.
10.
10. In response, oh yeah, I guess we should kill him now. I guess that's fine. In response, I'll Asmodeus God's Art.
Yeah, also a misplay there if you tapped it.
What is Asmodeus' God start do?
I'm
That's
gonna
the
remove the
search.
top 7 from my deck, and for each unique name, I will put a 1/1 counter on each of my resonators that I control. J/resonators.
Okay.
And this will gain Drain.
On each of your resonators.
Yes.
What do you have on board? You have Virgil.
I have Virgilus and Corpse Eater Dragon.
Corpse Eater. Right.
Corpse Eater is a 10/10 flying.
Okay.
Has to burn his
I'm
other
gonna
match
cast another matchsticks targeting Virgil.
to kill the Virgil. Yep, this makes sense.
Alright, I think... Yeah, I guess I should have tapped that differently, but that's fine.
Yeah, I was recognizing the Aerothropia misplay there.
Does the life matter? I'll use Virgil's effect to ping you for 4 with my last open stone.
Okay.
So that's number
I take
36.
4 going to 36, and you go up 4 going to 34.
34, yeah. And then Virgil will die.
Virgil will die.
Yes.
Your God's Art will resolve.
Yep. I guess I won game 4. Because Fallen needs the God's Art to resolve.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I will not game 4.
Back down to 30. My bad.
So let's.
Yeah,
The
good
God's
catch,
Art
good catch.
resolve is going to resolve.
And I will,
I do think the Asmodeus player has it here.
Oh no, I didn't. Wait, I didn't even do the. Yeah, the effect happens. I didn't even do it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many more
So
uniques?
I have 2 Garyons, 2 number 13s, a Corpse Eater Dragon.
So 5? So that dragon's hitting for 15.
5 unique names.
Okay.
So Corpse Eater Dragon will get 5 counters.
And he'll go down to 21.
All right.
And I will swing 15.
Yeah. The matchsticks fizzles.
Yeah, the other one, yeah.
Yeah. I get
1,
I get
10.
down to 21.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Draw.
What are. He's got to survive one turn. I mean, he just has to survive one turn. Like, if Corey doesn't have a Swifty Boy or doesn't see, battle comes to an end.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Yep, 14.
He just needs to survive one turn, and we have our lethal.
And you are tapped out at the moment.
Yes. Did use this God's Art.
What a nail-biting
Oh,
finish
Yep.
for today.
Tough decision.
And you've used both God's Arts, right?
Yes. I do have a Bloodstone, however.
Yeah, that's the problem,
Right,
is the
right.
Bloodstone. Because he can just make the dragon bigger and it'll be lethal. And right now the
your
dragon's too
dragon is
big.
15, 15?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's lethal. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, he has
I'm
to.
gonna pass.
Alright. I'll go to my turn.
Because the one matchstick isn't enough to kill the dragon as it stands.
On tap.
He has to hit at least 5 uniques for lethal here. Or 6 uniques for lethal.
All stone with Asmodeus.
Stone is.
I got another.
Oh, yeah,
Blue
that's
Bloodstone.
game.
Okay.
So we can double God's
so
Art.
I am going to pay. I'm going to tap all of. No, let's not do that. I'm going to tap Carlina and my. Let me just double check here. Yeah. I'll do my black greenstone. I will produce black for all 3.
And a second
And I will
Virgil.
play a Battle Comes the End.
Oh, he's got it.
Okay. Well, what is?
I will
your-
name the matchstick.
Or wait, I'm sorry. Battle comes to the end. Do you have to name on cast?
No, I do not.
It's name.
Then
It's
I'm
yeah.
going to, in response, matchstick you for 400. Or I'm not 14.
Takes him down to 1600.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you were calling matchstick regardless. It's not
Yeah.
determinative. All right. So.
So yeah. So this will I'll name matchstick and remove all matchsticks from the game.
All right. My deck comes down to 1 card. An Ancestor's Portrait.
Holy crap. Alright.
What?
I will
I'm so
sack
confused.
my Aerothropia Bloodstone,
I'm so confused.
so that way I get my God's Art back on my rulers. And I will Asmodeus God's Art. 3, 4, 5, 6.
And that's
7.
7
I did
uniques.
hit 7 unique names.
So
You
that's
wanna know the names of
lethal.
the cards?
No, I can just scoop.
Okay.
We go into
'Cause I'm
game
a
3.
21. That's enough to
Yeah.
kill me with the dragon.
Yeah.
We're having some fun
Yeah,
here.
sideboard.
Oh man,
Oh.
Wow, this is
why was that so hard?
This is
so
like everyone's response to this deck.
so
Yeah,
like
for
the play
real,
here
oh
is
my
to go
God.
first as the play here is to go
Oh.
first, I think, as the Welsor deck.
Real quick, what was the name of that one card that was left? In your deck?
Oh, I forget.
An
It was
ancestor's portrait.
Ancestor's portrait.
Okay, Ancestor's Portrait. I just wanna. I
Praise
can't-
be to the Kikis. Kikis in chat. For the ancestor's portrait card.
Oh my god. Yeah, target
You guys have 40 minutes left on the round, by the way.
Press to recover J ruler to select the top 3 cards of your deck. Put them in your back in any order. Wow, that is strong. Oh. Okay. My stones here.
All right.
Yeah,
I think we're good on side decking.
yeah. I think you just go
Actually,
you
no,
first.
That's not true. That's not true.
Because like then you give him a maximum of 11 cards, but if he doesn't, he only gets 1 turn. You
Alright.
literally only give the
I,
1 turn to
I'll
be able to
consider
do
my
stuff.
options in my side deck.
What a way to end today. A game 3 matchsticks potentially getting into the top cut.
Wow, 1 card. Alright. You all good? You get the choice if you want to go first or second.
I'm gonna take first.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. This man's going down as a legend.
And then, Tuts?
David Roskin going down as a legend,
Let's
playing this at the
do,
last event of the meta.
2 on the Magic Stone deck for you,
Huh?
and 7 on your main deck.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And
And
cuts
then
for
for
me,
you, I will do 4 and 4.
condemning me
They
to death
definitely
with numbers.
matter. Maybe I should have named 4D. That's okay.
I mean, 40 is really easy because I got a 41 card deck.
Oh.
The
Alright.
last card in his deck was an ancestor's portrait.
2, 3, 4, 5.
It comes down to can he mulligan to
I
get
will
that battle comes to
mulligan.
an end.
3.
That feels like there's a battle comes to an end in that
I'm
hand.
gonna keep,
1, 2.
which technically I should have said that before you mulled, but yeah.
Okay, okay, well.
Let me know.
Or
when you're
just
ready.
drop Virgil's
Yeah,
with
go
a
for it.
single God's Art,
Alright.
yeah.
Call it stone.
You got it.
Matchsticks.
Ah, okay, I'll take 2.
Yep.
It's looking sketchy already.
Pass turn.
Alright, I will draw for turn.
I imagine there's probably a battle comes to an end in the hand.
Will, tap Asmodeus, Callstone.
We published the top 8 online.
Stone it is.
I hit Erythropia Bloodstone.
Okay.
I will pay 2 with Carlina. I'll do double black and 1 black with the Bloodstone. And I'll use Battle Comes
Yeah, there it
to
is.
an end.
There it is.
Alrighty. What card would you like to name?
I will name. I'll do Matchstick.
Okay. So my hand is all matchsticks. My yard is all
Oh.
matchsticks.
Okay.
Then for my
I
deck,
got a good hit. Oh man.
we got matchstick.
This is the way. This is the true way to end a tournament. Is right here with the.
Brad.
Brad.
He left a single Brad in the deck.
Okay. And I will pass the turn to you.
Okay. I will draw a card.
Yes.
I wonder what it could be.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call a stone.
Yes.
I'm gonna tap this stone. I'm gonna tap this stone. I'm gonna scoop up the game.
Okay. In response to scooping, I will play Mikage Rhea with my Energize. No.
Good games.
Thank you,
Alright, man.
thank you
Alright,
both.
good game.
Thank you both for a wonderful last round.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
So
Glad to be here.
I just wanna show off the sideboard a little here.
Yeah, David, we'll give you a chance.
let's do
Show
it.
us this sideboard.
All right.
The chat is
So-
singing your praises right now.
Yeah,
We've got
I
3
feel like I
Ancestors
lost.
Portrait.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got 2 Awakening Knowledge.
Okay, I can see the tag.
You know we gotta bring Brad.
Brad coming in. Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Brad,
Yeah, I see that
Brad,
picture.
Brad.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be a proper sideboard without 4 copies of Kiki.
4 copies of Kiki. You gotta do it.
And we've got to bring out Ragnarok.
Wow.
Perfect synergy with the deck.
That is wow. I really like the Kikis in there for sure.
The chat is praising you right now. Congratulations. Yeah, well done. Well done, guys. Thank you guys so
Thank you.
much. Go ahead and report.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Oh man.
Wow.
2-1.
Good
2-1.
games.
Wow. Wow. That was truly something. That was truly a sight to behold as our last game just happened to get paired up against probably one of the few players playing Battle Comes to an End in the event. We haven't really been seeing too much of it, but kudos. Kiki's in the chat. So there it is. Okay, as we said before, we got time because we got plenty of time left in the round. If you want to try to play against Hungrybox, it is up right now. Otherwise, we will have just a chat. We'll be enjoying things as we wait. We got lots of time. We have about 35 minutes before the end of this round. And we got people playing lots of games still playing here. So we'll have to see. I am seeing a lot of very interesting stuff. As it stands right now, I'm seeing at least 3 different decks in Top Cut. I'm seeing probably, I think, Kyron Lucas 1-2-0. So he's probably in because he was XO1. So he's in with Violet. Yo-Yo Wolf, giving it a try. Welcome to the game. Nice little mirror. Is someone going to play Hungrybox against me? Is that what we're going to do here? This will be good. Okay. D12 for me. Just gonna play the mirror against me. Maybe, we'll see. I'm going first. Pretty okay start here. Ship. Oh, that's not the card we wanted to ship. Sorry, we wanted to ship this card. Here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, as usual, if Yo-Yo Wolf can win, he will get a free random GP promo from this season, mailed all expenses. Let's see how it goes. This person playing my own thing against me. Gonna stop it. Three will on my turn. Oh, I just realized I haven't pushed it over. My bad. Now you guys can watch. Draw, recover. Call stone. Draw to play. Right here. Go to combat. Swing 1. And pass turn there. Let's see what Yo-Yo Wolf decides to do here. Thank you, guys. I noticed we needed to switch the screen. Second 6 Sage Stone. So much will. So those stones are now tapped. So he's got green, black, and 2 void for the turn. Plus coin. So, eh. Castle of Carlina makes a lot of sense. Get to go search for a Garian. We're okay with that. Or a Trow, either one. Garian makes a ton of sense here. Oof, that sucks. Move to recovery. Draw to play. Stop my recovery. We're still gonna go ahead and play. Let's see, what do we play here? That's a good call. Did it back to me. Got the double black. Let's go ahead and play the Virgil. And then at that point in time, we will swing 10. Is he gonna? Are you gonna take it? So we burned the Goliath God's Art. And pass turn. We're gonna pass the turn there. Looking at the spoilers that just came up. Oh, what the? A bunch of stuff just got posted. Ah, 2 spoilers got posted here. Oh, they shared that card. Oh, if it's the first spell of this game, that's much better than I was concerned about. We'll talk about these cards that just got spoiled here in a bit. So let's see what comes out of this. Hey, that comes into play tapped, but now we're both in that position. So we don't get a Gary in this turn. Hey, we're safe from a Gary this turn. Feels real great for us. Because we still have access to God's Arts. So, feels nice. Not a good time to hit that Ragstone for him. So that because that Gary is the only real thing threatening my Virgil right now, because we feel pretty comfortable with this Prideful Rule to be able to kill a Virgil if he drops it. Because we can Prideful Rule anything that's not Gary, and he doesn't have will to cast it right now, so it doesn't matter how big it is. So that's probably game, unfortunately. Is there anything that comes out from that? Okay, so we're Judgmenting Carlina. That's fine. Got no response to that. She's large. She's large and in charge. Prideful Rule is not stopped by Garion. It's a 3 costs. EOT. While you are out of will, we're going to go ahead and kill Carlina. And that will be GG for sure. Because she currently cannot tap to produce will. Doop. Go to recovery. Recover. So that's game. Draw to play. And then combat. 10. So now we just let him go to his turn. He's got an EOT effect. Sure. What are we doing with EOT for Carlina? Okay. Black Witch. Okay. Virgil for the win. While you're completely tapped out. Four more. Was this just Hungry Box Mirror? Yeah, I never, just as a general rule of thumb in the mirror, I don't actually go for the, like, I don't go for the Institute most of the time. Because, like, anytime that there's if it's a regular green ruler, if there's a regular green ruler with just energize, sure, I'll pop it off turn one because I'll steal their energize and play Lorite. But against Carlina, I'm not gonna risk walking into that will. That I'm gonna play the grind game with like Trow and stuff like that. So good games, good try. Definitely something to try to figure out there. Oof. So we still got a few games still left to go. I think that's gonna call it here for in terms of our exhibition games. We had a few people try. Sorry to say, Hungry Box on stream undefeated. No people being sent promos today. But yeah, we got some cool stuff. Cool stuff, and some spoilers just got dropped. We got so go check those out if you haven't already. I'm very excited to see that. Our Void Marvel Rare just got spoiled. So we still have a few games playing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 games still playing as it stands. 9 games still playing. So still very excited to see what potentially comes into play here for Top Cut. We will be here on stream until that happens. So we will be back soon. Kaguya is banned in Wanderer. The 3-drop Kaguya? The 3-drop Kaguya, I do believe, is banned in Wanderer. As far as I am aware. So 3-drop Wanderer and 3-drop Kaguya and Athenia, the 3-drop Athenia, are both banned, from what I know. So we'll be back in a little bit to find out what our top 8 is. See you soon. Okay, we are here. We have our announcement of the top 8. Everything is all set. In first place with 13 points, David Hansen. David Hansen. First seed on Astema Belial. In second place, here, I'm just gonna pull it up this way. This will be faster. Here we go. First place, 13 points, David Hansen, Astema Belial. Second place, at 13 points, Kyron Lucas on Violet. Third place with 13 points, Daniel Negrete on Feith Mooge. He's playing Dante Carlina. Dante Carlina for Daniel Negrete. Fourth place at 12 points, we have Ian Bremont on Feith Mooge. Fifth place at 12 points, Corey Haraff at Asmodeus Carlina. Sixth place at 12 points, Thiam Galvez on Feith Mooge. Seventh place at 12 points, Brandon Bremont, Feith Mooge. And 8th place at 11 points, Taylor Bremont, Feith Mooge. So that gives us 4 Feith Mooge, 2 playing Faria, or 3 playing Faria, and 1 playing Inferno main. A Carlina Dante, a Asmodeus Belial, a Astema Belial, and a Violet. So a grand total of 6 unique deck approaches in our top cut here. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take that. That's super awesome. Good variety, a lot of different decks. We'll be back here tomorrow, 12 p.m. Central, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to give you guys our stream of top 8. Thank you all so much for being here. This was an absolute blast. I appreciate it so much. It was fun to hang out with you all in the chat and play our exhibition games and everything else. Hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, this, as always, is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.